Good evening. Welcome to Investigator News, and it's an exciting night. We've already got DeSantis has won with 57% of the vote, and I'm going to be here for quite a few hours, folks. And we're welcoming all the new viewers we could possibly get tonight with this. So, as you could see, I'm running the numbers. This is very early, folks. Don't get all upset. Don't get worried that we're losing because a lot of these numbers are early numbers. This is 1% of the vote on this. So we got a long night ahead. So keep watching. And I do have quite a few screens. And please hit the like button. We're going to smash that like button, smash that bell tonight for Investigator News. This is almost a vote for Investigator News. Uh, we're working our way and building ourselves back up after all the bans. And we're really hoping that tonight will be the big change for Investigator News too. That's who we're on, Investigator News too. I'm running all my platforms tonight. So I'm live on 3 different platforms. So we will have people from all the different platforms, and I'll try to keep everybody's comments in there. If you have a comment and question, I might even open up my phone later tonight for a lucky person to call me. It's like first one in gets it. Uh, so no, I think they just opened up Pennsylvania. They had, I think, 10 states. Now they just opened up 16 states. So we're seeing some of the numbers. Now I want to switch over to another screen because they're having a little bit better numbers. Let me open this up for you guys. No, it didn't help. Let me go here. There we go. Now there will not be sound because if I do sound, they're going to copyright me on this and I cannot stay here for long. This is Fox News. And so you could see the numbers. I'm covering up Tennessee and the state a little bit, but these are 15, 10%, 1% of the votes. So don't get worried just yet. Um, we have a long night. I'll probably be here 3 or 4 hours, but I will leave time to time to stretch my legs. And I got I got my coffee and ready to go. I've been drinking water tonight. So I'm going to go back to the other screen. Um, I did have one that journalists get, but the printing was so small, I couldn't quite see it. So as long as I keep moving around and no sound, we'll be able to hear it. But this screen right here has no sound, folks. It's just flashing the numbers. Um, so as we could see, that's 2% of the vote. That's for Governor Alabama. We got Ivy in the lead with 2% of the vote in. DeSantis, look at that. It has just been called 57%. I'm kind of Warnock and the other guy, I'm kind of worried about because it looks like Warnock has pulled ahead. Um, Now, this one just got called 75% of the vote. Isn't that something? That's only 2% of the vote in. Um, and now, and I did vote. I don't have my little vote things on, but I did have the vote thing in here on me for a while. Look at this governor race. I'm waiting. We have closed 2 here. So I'm waiting to see Sanders, what she's going to do here. Look at that 76% of the vote for governor on that. People are wanting to change. Uh, Here comes Miss Mary. And yeah, please subscribe and hit that like button. We're going to make a new change for Investigator News tonight. So there we are. Welcome back. And Mary's our moderator, and so is Karen. Your chat is blocking out on me. Oh, it's okay. We'll when you can't add something in, we'll have Susan say something. But look at the close call. That's 11%, but it's still so early. It's so early, guys. Don't take this as these guys are winning because we don't have but 2%, 3%, 5%, 75%, and DeSantis got it. But Florida has been open for, oh boy, they're an hour ahead of me. So almost 2 hours. So, um, some of these East Coast states, remember, these are a lot of it's mainly Democrats. So on some of the western, I'm stuck on California today. The eastern states, they are mainly Democrats. So don't get too worried. All we need is those few key seats to be able to take the House back. I see Ivy kind of pulled down there. She was ahead as we go into the evening. Um, and and I went to vote today. There was well, I'm a red state, so there's not very many Democrats, but a lot of the grumblings. I'm going to say grumblings of people standing in line saying they are just fed up with the way this country is being run, and that they believe that if he would have just left it alone, this administration had just left it alone, that we would be seeing a very profitable country. See, we had Ivy. Boy, she's down big time. I like seeing DeSantis, but Chris wasn't doing very well anyway. Now they were showing Warnock and um, I can't remember his name. Who is it, Mary? Now Ohio. Now let me switch back to the other screen because it shows more of the smaller precincts. Here we go. I'm going to shut up and I'm going to put him on.
30% and 43%. Now here is Kemp and Abrams. So again, you see the difference, right? 47.4, and he's right around 43. So he stayed at that margin, guys, of about 4 to 4.5, no more than 5. But there was a separation of about 4.5 points between what Kemp is doing and the governor's race and what Herschel Walker is doing in the Senate race. And maybe in the end that matters. So just keep an eye on that. Now, I mentioned these incumbents, and I'm going to come back to this right here just to complete the play, as we say. I'll come back to the Senate in a moment here. Remember, Republicans are trying to hang on to their incumbents. Otherwise, all the gains you're making in Florida don't matter. This is Ohio 1. That's my hometown. That's Cincinnati. Steve Chabot, he is a political cockroach in all the best sense, in that he wins races that people don't expect him to win. They chopped up his district. They gave him a big part of the city of Cincinnati. This district really runs against him. And with about a third of the vote in, he is trailing. So if Greg Landsman holds on and beats Steve Chabot, that would be one of those flips now that Republicans they need to find another seat to flip in order to get the majority in the House. So we're watching that throughout the night. Here is where you are in the Senate, just about 11% in. Tim Ryan leading J.D. Vance, and we'll see where the vote comes in throughout the night. The 3 C's, guys: Cincinnati, Columbus, and Cleveland. I could go on for about 3 more hours, but my time is up because they told me to wrap 3 times.
We'll be back to you shortly.
We'll be talking Ohio.
All right, so let's go to Tucker Carlson, who joins us tonight. Tucker, great to have you with us. I'm thinking about you, also a big Florida resident. You have, spent
Okay, let me go to this one since they're talking. That's the one that will get me in trouble. And every time he comes on, folks, I'm going to try to switch screens. Now, how did Ivy go from 70 down to 26? Now, what happens is when we have, when they go through and they're making the counts, it could have been they ran into a huge batch of nothing but Democrats. I was able to talk to the election ladies these last few days. Well, not over the weekend, but last week. And they said they're feeding them in as they get them, right? So if there is a whole bunch of votes just for Democrats that they are going through that stack or that precinct, it will make a big jump. That's why I said don't worry yet, because we're still low in the numbers of how many votes have been cast. So some of these are like 1% or 10%. So Susan, I hope that helps you understand how she jumped so fast. Now, I've seen it with the Republicans as well, where it was 1% of the vote in, and I was thinking, oh, that don't look good for us. And then their numbers jump like 30% instantly. So this is like 4% of the vote on that, 4% for Alabama. There's still a lot coming in. Now 78% for DeSantis, they called it because there's no way for the incumbent to catch up with him. So does that make a lot of sense? And you know, Ivy might be low, but you wait an hour and she might just take her out. We just, we don't know as the amount of votes that's going in is so low. It's so hard to tell. That's why I'm going to do, 3-4 hours tonight, just kind of see this through. And I don't think a lot of people are going to run pretty much past 10, 11 o'clock tonight. So, and she might be in, another thing to look at is this might be a Democrat precinct where it's all Democrats in that area, and very little Republicans. So of course the Democrats would take over in that county or in that city. So you got to remember that too. There's a lot that goes to these elections, because it used to bug me. How do I go to Florida and avoid Georgia? I don't swim. Well, you know what? If you get a boat from probably Alabama, you can just scoot over along the edge and you won't have to go through Georgia. I went through Georgia and it just looked messy to me. You keep getting kicked out. Who's kicking? William, you kicking around? So, with this is so early, and I debated whether coming on so early or not. But when they said 16 states was being added to the 10, I thought, that's almost half the states right there. So I better get on and start showing you guys some numbers. And I'm going to recheck over at the other tab to see what they got going on. Yeah, it's still Tucker over there. And that's a big no-no for me. And I'm stealing it from someone else. Now, I do have mine, but the numbers are so little, folks. I was telling Mary about it. See, there's the numbers, and it's really hard for you guys to see. But it's got all of it in, and some of them aren't, some of it's been called. Now, this would be, I had it on here. This is Senate races where, it's got Herschel Walker. He's at 43 to Warnock's 54. That's the one I was telling you about that I was kind of worried about. Marco Rubio, 56% to 42 with Val Demings. Then we got, now the first one's coming in with Oz is 83% right now, folks. If you want to, and this comes straight from election Ballotopia, I think, or Ballot. I can't remember the name of it. Well, nope, this says Fox. Oops. So it has Fetterman at 88% of the vote, and Oz is at 14. And let's see, the polls are closed. 4% of the vote is in. Let me go on down this list. In New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan, 61% of the vote, and Donald Bolduc, he's, I think, the general Bolduc. He's only at 36%. South Carolina, we have Tim Scott with 61% of the vote. Christy Matthews at 38%. 11% of the votes are in. Connecticut, Richard Blumenthal at 51% of the vote. Leora Levy, she's at 48% with not even, well, now it's 1% of the vote is in. Let's see. A lot of these are empty. All right, so this is, well, it says 01 and 02. I'm not sure. I think he was talking about that earlier. This is, I think, for Virginia, key House races. We have Mervyn at 60%. That's the Democrat, with Green at 39% of the vote. Kiggins. I think these are special. I know what this is. These were made when they started expanding. There were so many people in the city, they created districts. So I think this is what this is. Now, Jen Kiggins has a 57% of the vote. That's a Republican, to Luna at 42% with 30% of the vote in. I believe that was Virginia. This is Vega. Yes, let me know if you're in Virginia and I get this right. 55% of the vote for Vega, a Republican, to Abigail Spanberger at 44% with 37% of the vote in. Then we have Jennifer Wixton with 51% of the vote as a Democrat, and Hung Chau is looking at 48%. Pennsylvania, this looks like this. Susan Wild, does that sound familiar, Susan, in Pennsylvania? And then we have, none of the votes are in just yet. But then there's Cartwright and Bognet, Schreiner and Larkin. And then we have Colorado that's listed here, I believe, Nevada, Ohio. Let's see. Well, I don't, Mary, I don't think it's a cheating as much as it not enough of the votes are in just yet. Very small percentage of these votes are in. And we still have a long night. I mean, it's, the crime is off the charts. Well, we just throw it in their face. If these Democrats are going to vote for it, it means abortion's way more important than how much they're paying for their fuel. It means it's okay that we have been teaching 5 and 6 year olds what sex is in schools. That's okay. Oh boy, get this. I read this in a crime wave, folks. I'm going to throw it back over to there we go. I'm going to throw it back over there while I'm telling you guys this story. Mary, this is really going to upset you. There was a school that is heavily teaching, I believe it's over, I don't want to name the state and then have it wrong. It was on the East Coast. I thought maybe Pennsylvania, one of them. It might have been New York, where a 10-year-old wanted to change his gender. And it was a girl that, let me get this right. It was a boy that wanted to become a girl. That's what it was. He became a girl and he was very sexual. He ended up viciously raping a 5-year-old neighbor because of what he was learning that he's supposed to act. Now, it was a 5-year-old little girl. Now, he changed genders to a girl. So this shows you how confused these people are. And this is what, if the Democrats want this, it's how sad is that? I mean, but we are going to have a long fight on our hands. I really do believe we're going to get enough seats that they're not going to get away with anything. The more seats we get, the better it will be. And we were already 50-50. And it looks like, you're seeing a lot of governor races, because I was freaking out earlier going, oh my God, all the Democrats are winning. But a lot of these are governors. Yeah, well, we don't trust any of it because, we had the ballot, the voting booths going down today. And that concerned me. And everybody, when I was voting and we heard about that, they said the exact same thing. They're doing it. They're going to take our country down. But I'm looking at some of the votes, and the ones that you see that sound pretty popular are the ones that are leading. The ones I never even heard of. Trust but verify. That's right. The ones I see leading right now are the ones that really put themselves out there. The ones, I seen that one earlier for DeWine, and it had him trailing but won. I was like, how did he win? Now, see, we got Flowers going up and Ivy. Now, I haven't heard of them too. That's what I'm saying. If they didn't put themselves out there, I mean, that's up to the candidate to get out there and get their voices heard. And if they don't, they're going to lose. That's what this was all about, is to get out there and get your votes. If you don't go out and push yourself, how is people going to know to vote for you? And that was something I talked to a politician about today. I'd never heard about her. She said, "Did you vote for me?" And I said, "Well, what's your name?" And then I couldn't remember if I did or not. But I said, "I never even heard your name before." And, "Oh, I didn't get myself out there," she said. Well, that's the problem. We need, if you have a senator or a congressman that is in your area, and you want them to win, you got to tell them to get out on foot and get your voice heard. Get people knowing your name and your face, like the mailers we've been getting. Man, I've been plagued with them. I mean, I get a handful every day in the mail. And if I didn't have those and look at them and read what they're all about, I wouldn't even recognize the names. I know Sarah Sanders, and I know a few here in the state that's, like I know Tom Cotton and French Hill and Bozeman, because I call them a lot and I know their name and it's out there. I mean, their signs are everywhere. And if you see, what I don't like is when they put these signs up, folks, they will put 100 signs up in one little area. What good does that do? I mean, why not spread it out and put 5 or 6 and then go down in another little neighborhood and put some more out, and go to another place and put some more out. I let everybody put signs in my yard. I always do. And even though my neighbors are Democrat and they scowl me, they drive by, usually it's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And then now I got signs. They're like, "What's that doing there?" But if they don't get out and they don't push themselves, this is what happens. And, this is why they say, well, it's up to the voter to get out and vote. No, it's up to them to go out and push themselves. If we don't know their name, how do we know who to vote for? Oh, there we go. Yay, there we go. They called her. Yes. So we now have a new governor. Bye-bye, Asa Hutchinson. Hutchinson, that was a fake Republican. He ran a governor under being a Republican when he has been a Democrat. He was a close friend to the Clinton family. He was Attorney General and covered up the MENA scandal and the drugs that Bush and Clintons were pushing. He also covered up and would not even consider talking to me when I wanted to talk to him about the boys and Kevin Ives. And so, yes, Sarah Huckabee did talk to me about the boys, and she knows about it. But we have to, oh boy, there we go. So she said this is something we're going to have to work on with the Attorney General's office, and maybe it's time. The other thing is she had surgery. She had a cancer on her lymph node, I believe, on her neck. And it was taken out about 2 months ago. So she's on the healing mend. Now we have, well, wait a minute. That was 9% of the vote. Now, is there a reason we're watching Ivy? Because it really don't, I'm not too big on that. Watching Ivy, because I don't know who she is. And we can afford a few seats, folks. The Democrats will win some seats tonight. This is something you really must understand, that the Democrats are going to win seats, and it don't mean they've done anything. They may have and probably have, but it doesn't mean that they did. I'm with let's see, William, and well, Mary said it first, that she don't trust it because look at what's been done. Look at what's been done in the past. I must say with the Clintons, because I feel the Clintons cheated to get in office back in the 90s. There was no way. I was like, how could they win? Because get this, folks, when it was the Clintons and Bush, we were standing in line. And there was about 50 people in front of us. And I told the story this morning. And they came out and said, okay, polls are closed. There was still almost an hour for us to vote. And they said, the Clintons already won. And we said, how could the Clintons win if we haven't even voted? How'd that happen? And California was pissed, you know? So that's when I got my first taste of, and you know what? I took my American flag down that was in my front yard. I was upset because I kept telling, I mean, I called Rush Limbaugh, I called Alex Jones back then. I was calling everybody I could saying, you've got to know how crooked these folks are. And no one would really talk to me. You're like, oh, they're okay. They're just a young couple. And I was like, no, you guys don't realize what they've done in Arkansas. And I mean, I was screaming at Rush Limbaugh on the phone. And even, yeah, we're watching as a group. So, that's when I think really things in our election changed, because how could we not be able to vote in California and have them already won? I mean, and it was like most of the state. This was up just north of Sacramento, probably about 100 miles. And it was all the way down to almost LA that we didn't get to vote. So California really didn't get to vote, and the Clintons won. So that made no sense to me. Yeah, I heard some of the machines went down. Yes, that really concerns me. But now this is what I heard from. I'm going to go and I'm going to find it in the next day or two. It's a lady that did a show on how those machines work exactly. And what I got from her later on in some of her videos was that, let me take a look and see if they got, before I get into that. No, they're still, it looks like they froze. Huh. I might go through and redo that one. Anyway, what she said was, when you go to the polling place, ask them if they're hooked to the internet. And if they are, then you have to worry. Now, if you hook it up, some machines will automatically jam because they're not made to have the internet hooked up to them. They are a tally machine. There you go. I said a calculator earlier. It's a tally machine. And so with these machines now, folks, the other thing is if you can open them up and you can change numbers in them. But if you do, then it causes a flaw in the machines and it could mess it up. So, and now your question would be, well, what happened to all those votes? No, the votes are still there. The problem is they have to resubmit the votes into another machine, which that could be a form of cheating. And these are the ones we're having problems with. And like I said, these machines were built or not built, but they were paid for by George Soros and also Romney and his son. And this should never be allowed. No candidate should be able to be a CEO or an owner or any part of a voting machine. That's just wrong itself. And when I heard Romney was a part of these machines, I was very upset. Or even Soros, because right there tells you what's going on. But this was like in the 2016 election. So when that was going on, I was real upset. But then again, look what happened. Everything worked out for us. But then now we had 2020. How Sanders won. You might see her picture up there. I can almost hear the cheers from Little Rock. we've been so happy about Sarah Sanders. And then I told a little bit, those that are just joining in, I said a little bit about Sanders and Asa Hutchinson already. So on these machines, this lady looked into it. And what they do is it almost looks like a little ticker tape that comes out of these machines. And what they do is they take those numbers, they put it in another machine, and it puts it on a final card. Well, what they were doing was changing the numbers and then throwing all these little tapes away. Well, what she did was she went dumpster diving where they were throwing them out and pulled them all out. Anybody have seen this yet? It's a documentary. It came out probably about 10 years ago. And so she got the tickets out and found out it didn't match the cards. And so she, I think it was for Florida. And so she challenged the election board on it. And it's almost like 2000 Mules where they found issues. Well, this lady did too. Yeah, same scenario. So these machines, um, and I have my computer guy is trying to create a program because it's not the machine, folks. It's the program that's put in these machines. Now they can take that program out and they can put a program in that's far better. So right now I don't know the program that's in it. I haven't seen anybody come out with anything yet, and I'm hoping the ones that did 2000 Mules or the other lady that is keeping track of the machines to come out and say something. But my friend was telling me, my computer tech, he was telling me that him and his buddies are trying to come up with a new program that's unhackable, it can't be hacked, and they want to sell it to the federal government for the 2030 election or the 2024. He thinks they can do this. So really what it is we need um, these machines that are made by someone independent. We don't need politicians owning them or being a CEO or a part of it, or no one like Soros. And they need to be protected because you know what? Anybody can get these. They just put them in a storehouse. And that's in, I believe, 2000 Mules, I think, have that part where they're just all in a storehouse and a storage shed almost like a big building, and they're not protected. So anybody can break in and do stuff to these machines. See, I'm nosy. Nothing is unhackable. I'm gonna have to drink for sure. That's true, William. And my computer guy did say that, but you can get it to the point where you can see. What I'm thinking is they're going to have to do pulls on the computer before it could be hacked. Now, if they had a variable time limit, this is kind of how he told me about it, and I think I got this right. So if there's a program for these computers or these tallies that you can put in there, and let's say 15 minutes, you go in and you pull the info from it, and then you start it again. Well, the next time you do it, how about you go an hour and then do it? And then you go 20 minutes or you go 40 minutes. It is harder to hack a machine that does when you are changing the times, because they're going to be sitting there waiting. If they say, oh, they're going to do it every hour, then they wait for the hour and then they grab that info or they hack it and then change it. But it doesn't mean that it's going to be able to be changed for the remainder if they're getting in and grabbing information from it. And he also said it would be an automatic scan being put on these programs that if anything hacked, it would pop up that, with a red warning. So he's got a good idea, but I don't know if you could do that on a tally machine. See, that's the problem with this. And he's realized this a little bit. See, looky there. There's our girl right there. And I can't wait. I had to wait till she got in office and I'm to call. And they said I can get an appointment with her. But they said after the election, and it might be for 3-4 months down the road. So, and Mary, she took me. The big question is do I have my journalism press pass? And I said, no. I said, but I am an editor. And she goes, oh, well, that's different. And she said, if you're the editor of your program, then we won't need a press pass. But I'm working on it, folks. As soon as I can get all my passes and get my get accredited, I still got to make a web page. They said the news network had to be done. I had to have a network name and my own IP address for my YouTube and my Facebook, which I got. I have to be monetized at least on 1 or 2 channels. I'm monetized on Rumble. I'm monetized on Facebook. Not on YouTube though. YouTube hates me. So, I keep wanting to say, Elon Musk, come on, grab YouTube and do something, or buy out Google. Well, she's coming up. Looky there, Susan. Do you see that? Ivy's up. I guess Ivy's the lady today, because she was down. So now these numbers are up. The numbers are starting to, not with Dial though, or Dale, I think is his name. But I want to remind everybody once again, these numbers are still very low. They could still jump up. And not only that, but there are going to be, just like that was just called for Illinois. Governor of Illinois went to a Democrat. We're going to see Democrats win tonight, but don't let it fear. Don't let the fear. We just need so many seats for Congress and Senate. And the more that we see Republicans, look at that there you go get them, Ivy. So the more that we see of Republicans winning, the more seats are won. And the governor's not going to do no good. We're definitely not going to see. What's with the Ohio? And right now, the numbers are very early. Like ours are really only 1%. But you know what? They were saying in line at when I went to vote today, they said, everybody around me was saying, Huckabee, they still call her Huckabee. Sarah Huckabee's going to win with in between 80 and 85% of the vote is how they feel. And we're rooting for her. But that's not as important as the Senate and the Congress seats here. And nobody wants to talk about that in Arkansas. But we got to have those seats. So governors, the governor part is really good. But we need the Congress seats. We need the Senate seats. But now the governors are really good because they can set in place, like how about abortion? Because that's a big thing, I guess, with the Democrat. They can individually make the decisions on abortions for their state and other decisions like guns. Like New York can take away the guns from certain districts and certain cities, but it has to come from the governor. So that's why it's so important we get these seats, because once we get these seats, we're going to be able to go places and do things, and we can possibly slow down Biden and Harris. Now get this. I don't like the fact, and I think this was on our ballot today, was the fact that of the person that makes the decision, like Harris comes in, and if they're tied, like the House or the Senate, and then she comes in and she makes that deciding vote. Well, everybody knows how she's going to vote. Shouldn't it be a judge from the state that's a Supreme Court judge for our state? Wouldn't it be more likely for them to come in? This is my idea, folks. I'm going to run to Sarah Sanders Huckabee, or Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And I want to run it towards my attorney general, that why can't Arkansas be the first to change that? So for our state. So when it's Democrat and Republicans and they're tied, don't have another politician come in and make that deciding factor. Bring in a judge. Bring in one of our Supreme Court judges that we have for our state to make the final decision. I want to run this all the way to Washington. What do you guys think? Start telling me, because I think this is way better. And it's fair. It would be fair to the Democrats if they had House rule, if they ruled the House, and it would be fair for the Republicans. And I think it's a fair way to go about this. And the people wouldn't be so angry when Harris steps in and says, we already know what she's going to say. So I think that's a really good idea, that we put a judge in charge of that deciding vote. But now this is the thing, the kicker. That judge is going to have to sit there and listen to both sides when they go to yakking. Um, and that way, um, they would have to hear the all of the speeches that are done by our Congress and senators. But why not? We pay them. It's taxpayers that pay our court and the judges, so why not? So I'm slowly writing up a really nice paper to take to Sarah and see if she can help me move this forward. I think this is very important for our country because of how nobody trusts our system. And it's very sad that no one trusts our political system. They don't trust our election. They don't trust the candidates. Look at what we had for Asa. We all knew Asa was a Democrat, and he was good. Like he was talking, he was getting Boy, I just I get so mad I can't talk straight. He was getting campaign money from not only the Democrat DNC committee, the Democrat National Committee, but also from Hillary Clinton. None from the Republicans. So see, they knew something. And this is what really pisses me off, folks, because you know what? Why didn't the Republicans and or the governors get together and tell somebody like the Department of Justice during the Trump administration, this guy was a farce? We tried. We kept saying he's a Democrat. He's a Democrat, but it never did any good. And he was in for his full term. Um, uh, yeah, Susan. Oh boy, Illinois, Pennsylvania, New York, um, Colorado, California. They need to move. The cost of living, for one, is stupid. The taxes are crazy, and you have got crooked politicians. Um, I have a friend, Beth. Beth, you still? Gary wants to move here. There's a friend of mine I've known since second grade, and he's like a brother to me, folks. And he's in Colorado, and he just can't take it anymore. And he's asked about moving here. And I said, oh my gosh, either here, Tennessee, or Texas. Um, my sister knows him. My brother knows him. We were all close to him, and he's part of our family and always been. We just got married and moved our own ways. And so as we're seeing, look at that, still 1% of the vote in. But Susan, look at some of these other states. When we moved here, we sold everything we had, everything I worked so hard for. I had to give up because we couldn't make it in California. There was no work, and I had just become disabled. And I even I kind of hid my disability and tried to go get me a job, but it was like one or two jobs, and like 200, 300, 400 people would show up for one or two jobs, and we just couldn't do it. And so we sold everything we had. We came out with beds and camping gear, and our pots and pans, all of our blankets and sheets and stuff like that, clothes. And we started over here. And the thing about it, we kind of looked into it before we moved to Arkansas. And we were worried. We were scared for our kids, worried we made maybe a wrong choice. And I know our family's worried. Our family, my mom, and I know my sister. My sister worried about me and if we were going to make it or not. And we struggled. We did need a little bit of help, but in the long run, he had a job within 3 days, and within a week we had us a place. And a gentleman that wanted to sell us this duplex, and we were like, no, we just sold everything we had. We can't possibly think about that. I'm gonna check over here again. I got to keep this other one. I bet you they took it away from him. Yep. I'm going to reload it. So it could be very scary, folks, but when the time is right, you'll know it, and pray on it. We're all Christians, and pray on it and see, God willing, if this is what you think I should do, let me do it. Um, Lenora says, I want out of California. Um, just what I seen. Um, when my sister Peggy was out there, and we had to go out there and get her, and out of some really bad circumstance. And the neighborhood she was in is a neighborhood I knew very well. And when I looked around, I used to envy people that lived over in that neighborhood because it was called Foothill Farms. And I lived in a place called North Highlands. And the Foothill Farms, or Foothill, they used to call us chicken ranchers. They thought we were scum of the earth and we were the poor people. My family wasn't poor. We had a nice house and we lived in a nice neighborhood. We just didn't have the fancy stuff. Well, they used to make fun of us all the time being poor. Foothill did, and called us chicken farmers. And then we had a place called Rio Linda that they were chicken farmers. Boy, you guys are going to hear a lot tonight about me. I'll even tell you about the snowmans. So anyway, when I went to get my sister, I looked around that neighborhood and my jaw dropped. It was like, oh my God, what happened? And then we drove around, we went out to eat and everything. And I was looking and it was like, this is horrible. I always thought that part of town would grow to be something very beautiful, and it didn't. And San Francisco, I know you guys heard about the San Francisco stories with Beth going, quit giving them your money. I was like, Beth, I feel so sorry for these people. She's like, don't, they're not going to spend it in a good way. And then, we're standing outside and, we're waiting on some, and then we were going to go in and eat. And this old gentleman, not old, he was probably younger than me, pulls his pants down and poops on the sidewalk in front of my grandson. you know, uh, and then when we were going to the car, it was like this little breezeway we went through, and there was all these drug addicts laying all over the ground. I want to say floor because it's a nice uh, breezeway, and some of them had needles sticking out of their arms. And then I started watching these guys that drive around in the cities because they're the ones I get info from about the gangs too. And I started seeing exactly what has happened to California. And I told you about the farms where you go down through and where they used to have the big peach orchards and all of that. It's all gone. It's dust. Um, and it's very sad. And I've watched Pennsylvania. Though I've been to Philadelphia, folks, and it was absolutely beautiful. And Karen and Susan's going, when was this? In the 80s, 1980, I believe, 82, 83, when I went. And Philadelphia was absolutely beautiful. I didn't see any homeless. What I'm seeing right now on my TV are zombies. What I'm seeing right now is horrible. It's just as bad as San Francisco. And when I went there, it was beautiful. The only thing I didn't like about it is the pigeons. They want to peck you, and they want to chase you out in front of traffic. We were like waiting at the stoplight. Here comes a pack of pigeons, and they're like peck, 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 peck at my ankles, and I'm like kicking them out into the street. And this lady's going, "What are you doing?" And I said, "They're biting me." And she goes, "Oh, just shoo them away." And I'm shooing them away, and they're coming back and getting meaner. And I'm like, "No, no, that's it." Poof, right into the street. Poof, into the street. And boy, I got some nasty look. But Ellie's mean. Yes, Ellie is mean. I'm not going to have little pecker pigeons. And I had little spots on my feet. And we put alcohol and some peroxide on it because we don't know what there's in their beaks. But my kids touched the Liberty Bell. We went into where the Constitution was signed. We went to the one of the big, huge museums. That city was absolutely beautiful, Susan. And now you could tell me, you could tell everybody it's horrible. I mean, I've seen it. What happened? Even Sacramento, where I was born and raised, it's there. It's gone. New York. New York used to be very pretty. And I don't even want to watch when the ball drops because how horrible would that be? Are they going to get mugged? And the soft on crime is uh, the soft on crime is what's doing it, and as well as the lack of police officers for these cities. Chicago, I've been watching Chicago for a very long time. I have a friend that was part of my MS group. I don't talk to her anymore because she was a Democrat and she hated me for Trump. And I said, what if I didn't vote for Trump? What if I voted for somebody else, but not Trump? And she didn't care. I was a Republican and she hated my guts. But she lived in Chicago and she would call and cry of how many babies, well, she said babies, but it was kids that were being drive-by shootings. And I said, well, they're after someone in the house, aren't they? And get this, she said, no, these gang members will drive down and they'll see kids in the front yard and they just shoot the kids. It's almost like, what was that movie? A Death Race 2000? You keep getting thrown out. I'm sorry, Mary. Death Race 2000, where there was points. Sometimes I feel like this is what it is, and she did too, because she said it's shooting kids, okay, little kids. It's running over old people or beating them up, and they play this little game with the gangs that this is how many points, and the more points you get, the higher up in the gang unit that you are. So I mean, think about the head gang people, and that and being put in jail is another is a good brownie point for them too. And if you get to spend time in prison for 5 years, that's almost top notch. That almost makes you a general in the gang. Um, I hope you guys are liking my info. Uh, I told the family, I said, I don't know what I'm going to do. How am I going to talk for 4 hours and entertain you guys? Um, but I could tell you, I have been so blessed, and the things that's come into my life, folks, the stories. Um, we do that with our family. Remember, I told you about my Beth. I told them the Danny story with the movie. So Danny's might have to go back and watch it because I told everybody what he said to me. But my family's like that. We bring up funny little things. And I have been so blessed. Look at the gentleman I met, that he was the uncle of Koresh, David Koresh with Waco. And I got to learn so much and I took so many notes. I got to meet so many of the Clintons' cronies, the gentlemen. Um, and everybody says Larry Nichols. Oh boy, folks. I don't want to do Larry Nichols, but I think I seen Mary Ellen today at the voting booth, and she wouldn't even look at me. Now I thought she moved. I don't have nothing to do with her anymore. I don't even check her show. But I might have seen her today, and when she seen me, she hid. And I'm not a mean lady. Karen knows me. My sister knows me. I'm not mean. I'm just harsh sometimes. And I ask a lot of questions. Mary's getting to know me. Mary and William, they know I've got my soft spot, but I got that little part of me where I get real quiet. And either I'm thinking to ask a question or I get upset. Especially what was done to my sister. But you guys, one of these days, I will tell you what my in-laws did to my sister. I want to wait a little bit because I want to wait in case they want to come after me for slander or anything. So I'm waiting on statute of limitations to run out to where I can tell you guys what they have done. Some people that were here at my house today learned for the first time. They never knew what she went through. And it was horrid. Now, let me tell you, we're getting close to winter. And did you see the winter that's coming through? And they even said, hey, Nevada closed their polls early. And even a lot of the media say, nah, that's wrong because it was barely snowing. And the governor that don't want to lose his seat shut down the polls due to inclement weather. And that was in Nevada. So they're getting snow. Well, folks, I love snow. I just don't want deep snow. a couple inches and I'm good. And, I tried to build snowmans out in California. We would have to drive hours to go to the snow. And so you guys keeping track of these things, I'll go through some numbers. And it's a deep snow. But, I get cold. And I could never make a big snowman, because it just got too cold. And it was me and usually one or two other people, and we would give up. Well, and we moved out here, and my grandkids were upset because couldn't do a snowman. So what we do, what we did is we made a 1-foot snowman, and we took a close-up picture of it with kind of the snow and backyard and the thing, and it looked like a big snowman. So my snowmans are about a foot tall, and we love to make them. So Kim Reynolds made it in Iowa. Is that what you wanted? All right, so let's go over it. Is this all just governors so far? Are we not seeing anything else? Let me go back over and see if the other one loaded back up. Let's see.
Pollster Lee Carter, partner and president of.
All right, now North Carolina, it's going really quick. Can you guys see it? Let me make it bigger. There we go. And I can't do the voice. I can't do the sound because of copyright. So right here, and I'm in the way. Let's see if I can. No, that's the only place I could put me for the choice. So New Hampshire. So here we go. We're starting to see 29, 30 to 50% of the vote is in. So New Jersey. Now, like I said, don't start freaking, folks. We're going to have on the East Coast a lot of Democrat winners. Now, this is for the Senate. Ohio Senate. Did you get it? Landsman and Chalbert. Landsman got it. Ohio. Kaptur got it. Ohio. This is 29%, 65%. Oklahoma, 49%. So look at what the numbers of how many of them or the votes are in. 30% ain't squat, folks. So don't worry. Look at 19% for Oklahoma, 8% for Pennsylvania on the race for Shapiro. And look at what we've seen with Ivey with the governor's race, to where we seen Ivey was 27, 29%. And the other lady was up at 70. Now it's starting to change. You really have to give it some time. So Ohio Senate, J.D. Vance. So the next set of polls will close in 6 minutes. So we're going to have a lot more. McMaster got it in Carolinas. I believe that's what it was. Scott won in Carolinas. Lee won in Tennessee. See, now we're starting to get the final ones. All right. I believe that's, I got to take myself out. Okay, so that's Texas. Cruz got it. We're looking Texas. Kuhler. 21%. I shouldn't say got it because it's going to freak you guys out. 25%. This is Vermont. I believe that's what it is. Scott got it. With the check mark, it means it's been decided. If it goes so high and there's a certain amount and there's no way for the other candidate under registered voters, that's what you got to look at. Registered voters will decide. Like if they got like DeSantis, they have so many registered voters. And once they see there is a margin of, let's say, 70%, and there's not enough registered Democrats to be able to catch it up, they'll call the race. So hopefully that explains that for you. Yeah, Kim Reynolds made it in Iowa. They're celebrating or walking around in Miami. 6% of the vote in Connecticut, 2% of the vote. So we got a long night. We got a long night ahead of us. And, I said every so often I'm going to have to get up and move around and um, let you guys kind of watch what's on the screen. I was going to do some videos, but, I thought, no, let's not do that. They're still running governors on this one. Um, I think all of this is governors, so I'm going to have to go back to the other one unless you want to see. Now, this one here, folks, oh man, I should have caught it. Now, that one race, I think it's Divine, they had him winning with her ahead earlier. I was like, well, how does that happen? And it was not that I'm worried because, it was a Democrat was losing, but it was like, how could she be ahead and him win, being lower? Now the votes are in there. So that to me, I want to say right there, I would call a foul, even though it was a Republican, folks. How can they put up numbers? And it could have been a flaw by the input of Fox News. But I didn't like that, where I seen somebody win with less numbers. And now he's way ahead, but it was on Divine. But they can change under a contested election. That's right. And I'm still worried with the rioters coming out of this. I think we're going to get enough seats, folks. We might by a slim margin for Senate, but I really do believe that we're going to see the red wave and win by what I'm looking at. The governor's race, that's not going to make the change. It's going to be the Congress and the Senate. And the more red you see for Congress and Senate, the better off we're going to be. Coming from a red state right now, when we had Asa in as being he was a Democrat. I'm sorry. He ran this state like he put in a sanctuary state. We voted and got it out. He wanted CRT. We voted him out. He wanted to bring in the illegals. We didn't allow it. They only brought in so many. So Asa was definitely a Democrat, and we all knew it, and we just couldn't get rid of him. And come time for the vote, he'd win. How could you win? Now, Beth, if Beth's can get in here, I was saying earlier with California, I want to see California because the most of from the top of the state halfway down, they were going to succeed. They were going to be called the state of Jefferson. And it was all planned, but Newsom and Governor Brown blocked it. So I'm interested to see California up there because if it goes blue and Democrats win in the northern part of the state, that's foul. I'm going to call a foul on that one. Maybe I could say foul instead of cheat and get away with it, because I know YouTube's going to play heyday with me tonight. Not only for copyright, but I'm saying things I shouldn't. So, so as we could see, these are all governors, and look at that. Flowers is down to 30%, where she was way up earlier. I'm going to have to call the governor up after the election and tell her, we didn't know who you were, but you know what? We sure watched you. So it's still trying to become a succeed. California needs to split. It's way too big. It's not like Texas, because Texas in ways needs to split. But California, even though, I was younger, my dad talked about that California was too big, and Northern California always played different politics than Southern California, is what he say. And I'm so glad I listened to my dad. I'm so glad that he was he was a part of my life that brought the news to me. I remember sitting down and watching in the 70s, because I knew my brother he was one that got drafted, and I knew he was over there towards Vietnam. Come to find out, he wasn't fighting like I was thinking as a small child, that he was one of those ones in the trenches with the guns, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to lose my brother. And I love my brother. He's, he has always been one of my favorites all my life. But my dad would have me watch the Vietnam War on the news, CBS News. He did NBC for a while, and then he switched to CBS. And so, yeah, these are all governors. So let me go back. And I'll bring this up. Here we go. They're doing some big ones. Their live is going to end. I think they lost their ability. It's okay. I still got. I'll find another connection. So I'll throw up some other stuff on there for you guys and find another live stream. But it looks like, definitely hit the like button for us tonight. Hit the like button. Hit the, become one of our, who I think it was Susan that was saying, oh, the group's all here. We're one big family here. We all care about each other. We call each other, this is a group that's growing and we love new people. So it sounds like this is going to end. I think that's why they froze up. And I'm like stealing from it. And this one only has, let me go here. All right, here we go. Now this here I might be able to use. Let me go back up and see what this is. Okay. This is the Senate races. All right. Warnock, 51%, and Walker, because remember, he only had 20% earlier when I read this. So here we go. We've got Warnock with 51%. Walker is 46% with a 55% of the votes in. Now we have Rubio. It looks like it's been called for him. He has 57%. Let's see. It says 85% of the reporting is in. 57 for Rubio, 41 for Demings. Pennsylvania, we have, let's see, 13% of the reporting is in, with Fetterman with 64%, Oz with 33%. Arizona is nothing on it yet. They're fixing to close. Wisconsin, Ron Johnson with 54% of the vote. Barnes is with 45%, with 22% of the oh boy, she just jumped. Wait a minute, it's changing. Okay, Wisconsin, Ron Johnson just dropped. I don't know. I didn't like this one. And the reporting changed too. So there's something wrong there with Wisconsin. It says 73% of the vote for Barnes, 26% for Johnson, with 1% of the vote in. That just changed really weird. I didn't like that one. And see, I got this. They're using the same one that I used for, that I was able to get registered for as an editor to get live reporting. It's just very small. That's why I wish I tried earlier to get it bigger. So in Colorado, which is a Democrat state, we've got Bennett at 60% and O'Day at 37% with 33% of the vote in. New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan. New Hampshire is a Democrat, prominent, with 16% of the reported in. We have Hassan at 58%. Bolduc, and I believe he's William. Is this the general? Is this the guy that was the general? I thought he's been on the news. He's at 38% of the vote. South Carolina, Tim Scott, 60% of the vote. It's got a check mark. It looks like it's 32% of the vote, but they've got a check mark kind of next to his name like he's winning. So he's got 60% of the vote. Mathis has got 39. Connecticut, which is a prominent Democrat, with 13% of the vote in. Blumenthal with 56%. Levy with 43. Iowa, we got Chuck Grassley. Boy, he's old, folks. But you know what? He's older than Joe Biden, and he's got his wits to him. It really shows you that dementia isn't, it just attacks everybody differently, and it hits some people and not the others. So Grassley is sitting at 59% of the vote. Franken with 40%, with 1% of the voting in. Let's see if we got anything else. Key House races. Everyone loves Scott. All right, so, and this is, I believe, Indiana. Because this is how I'm kind of taking it. This is Indiana, where, let's see, Warnock has got 51%. The new numbers just came through, 47% for Walker. Let's see, anybody else? I don't see, you guys can't see on the bottom. You guys can't see my finger. At the bottom, it's running all of them up to date. Let's see, Florida, that's all Florida. Maine, New Hampshire, it looks like Democrats. Pennsylvania, Cartwright is at, boy, it's going so fast. Maybe I ought to stop it. All right. Let's see, New York, it looks like Zimmerman, 57%. Glenn, the voting is still low on some of them. Man, what I need to do is stop this stuff, and so I can read it. All right, so we're gonna go on this. Let's see, Pennsylvania, Cartwright, 74% to Bognet at 25. We're still waiting for a lot of it. This is New Hampshire. Looks like Chris Pappas with 58 to Levitt at 41. Ohio, Landsman has got 60% of the vote. Chabot, 39% with 38% of the reporting. Again, on Ohio, Marcy Kaptur, 60% to Majewski, 39%. You got a Grassley sign. I like Grassley. So let's see, Florida and then Maine, Iowa. It looks like Kansas. Sharice Davids in Kansas at 61% of the vote. Adkins at 36, with 47% of the reporting in. Tom Barnett, this is Michigan. It looks like he's in the lead. He's a Republican with 58% of the vote. Alyssa Stockin with 39%. Boy, trying to see if there's a Pennsylvania. Fetterman was 61%. Oz was at 36. Let's see if I can grab anything. I don't see anybody else. I'm trying to grab the ones y'all know. Lee in Utah. No reporting yet. Washington, no reporting. Ohio, Landsman at 60%. Let's see, they say 7% of Florida is in, 80% of Rhode Island, and 34% in Pennsylvania. Nothing for Kansas is 47%. How come it seems like, now I don't want to get you guys suspicious about this, but all the Democrat states are real low on what the reporting is, where the Republican states are getting them all in right now. That's spooky. And the one that changed, I ought to go back up and see what happened here. Because that was weird, because he was like leading and all of a sudden it disappeared. Let's see. Chuck Grassley, 54. Let's see. Here it was. It was Barnes and Johnson that got real freaky, and the numbers changed. Now they're different, because they had Barnes at what, 70? I said 70%, and they had Ron Johnson at 20. Well, right now, here it goes. It's going to move again. The numbers are moving again, and it puts Barnes at 56% of the vote, Ron Johnson at 43. But the last time it really concerned me, because it had Ron Johnson almost drop off the map. So yeah, the Democrats aren't held accountable. So I'm going to look through this really quick. Now it looks like Ohio is going to the Democrats. Mary, what is the status of the Republicans? Is there a Republican rule in Ohio, or is it Democrat? Because I always thought, from a friend of mine, there was a lot of Democrats up there. I went up there to visit a friend of mine, and that whole state seemed Democrat to me. Is like Illinois. So let me know. And you know what we've seen on, if you guys have been watching the polls, it was running pretty much real close. And I can't say I don't believe the polls, because I don't. You know me, I've been telling you that the numbers aren't right. And what I'm seeing so far, now I'm not sure which they count first. If all the ones, the mail-ins, if they throw those in first and get them ready as they're waiting, and then they turn it loose. Now that's what I've heard. So, and I heard more Democrats are voting by mail than they're actually going to the polls. So that's why I said you can't worry just yet on the Democrats leading, because it's such a small margin. Let's see. Barnes is, or I'm going to say Johnson's catching back up, but I'm looking. I'm trying to see if anything has changed. Because they don't put the one on top that's winning on these. They just leave their names the way they are. So sometimes it'll look like only Democrats are winning, and it's not the case. Let's see. Anybody? We got Minnesota, New Mexico, Michigan. All right. I'm going to go back up, because these are rolling as we speak. Okay. Senate races. Warnock is still ahead, but only he's at 50, and Walker is gaining with 47%. Rubio is still leading with the 57%, with Demings at 41. All right, now Oz is starting to catch up. He's got almost 38% of the vote. Fetterman is now dropped on his down to 59%, but he's still in the lead with 18% of the vote of the reporting. Nothing for Arizona yet. Wisconsin, we have Barnes and Johnson. It's starting to tighten up, and that has 4% of the vote. Get that, 4% of the vote. And we have Ron Johnson at 40. Up there, it's moving right now. Let me see what we ended up with. All right, 6% of the voting is in, with Ron Johnson got up there a little bit. she has Mandela, I think, is a woman, is at 52%, and Ron Johnson is at 47. So it's tightening up on that race. Let's see, Colorado. Michael Bennett is still over O'Day, 58% to 39, with almost 40% of the vote, the reporting in. Hassan Dabodik, she's got 58%, and he's got 39. South Carolina, Tim Scott is looking at 61% of the vote. Matthews, 38%, with 37% of the reporting in. Blumenthal, now Levy's starting to climb a little bit with 43%. You know, I kind of waiting to see who is it? Carrie Lake, is that who's in Arizona? Now I can't wait to see that race because she's a hit in there. Let's see, Illinois had trouble with their voting machines. No, it was most of Illinois, and they said, I heard 10 different states had issues. So we'll have to see what happens with that. All right, so Grassi is now climbed up to 51%. Franken is at 48 with 2% of the voting in. Mike Lee, nothing. Let's see, Washington. William, why aren't you guys closed? You guys are still open? What? Oh, wait. Why did they close at 11? What the heck made that decision? I'm serious. It says the polls are open and the polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern time. Well, yeah, that'd be 9 o'clock? They're 2 hours behind? 3 hours? 8? Well, I guess that's right. Why aren't you guys voting? They're voting, it's just not closed yet. All right. They're still open in Alaska. Now, the Key House races, and I don't really understand how they're doing this, but I'm going to go with it. So I'm taking this as Indiana with Mervyn, a Democrat with 56%. Green at 43% with almost 30% of the vote in. Virginia, Kiggins with 55%, so that is a Republican. Lunia, it's got 44, and that's 62%. So Virginia is pretty close to being done. And that puts Kiggins with 55%, with Luna, I'm not sure, Lufia, I can't tell, but it's Elaine with 44%. Virginia, we have Vega with 51%. Spangberger is 48%. Virginia for Wexton, 51%, to Hung Cho has 48%. So, and Wexton is a Democrat, and this is almost all the votes are in there. Pennsylvania, I believe this is Pennsylvania, with Susan Wild leading over Scheller, with 54% going to Susan Wild. Scheller is at 45% with 26% of the vote in. Pennsylvania again, Cartwright with 67% of the vote over Jim Bognet with only 32, and there's only 18% of the reporting in. This says Washington, nothing. Colorado, we have Frisch, 53%, and Boebert with 46%, with only 6% of the reporting. See what I'm saying? On the East Coast, or the Democrat ones, they only got 1 or 2%, and they've been open for over an hour. And the ones that just open are getting all theirs in. But these busy cities, it's going to be a lot worse than just the rural and smaller states that would get theirs in a little bit quicker. Making your scalp itch. Yeah. Yeah, it's because it's so early. Everything's not closed yet. We're looking at what, another hour for the West Coast to go ahead and close out. Lenora and William should know how much time do we have left. It should be two more hours before we're going to find out. That's why it never made sense in 2020 why they decided to close the polls at 11 o'clock. And when they closed them at 11 o'clock, that to me was very suspicious. Because, let's all go home. But then they started pulling all those tubs out. And that didn't make any sense. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Ohio, we have Captur with 57% of the vote. Majewski, 42% with 54% of the vote in. Florida, it looks like Salazar, 57% with Taddeo. Taddeo is the Democrat, trailing with 42, and almost basically 100% of the vote is in for this race. So it looks like we might, and this is for a House seat. So it looks like we might have got the House seat on that one with 99% of the vote in. Then we have, let's see, I'm trying to find some of the good ones. That's Michigan, I believe, Minnesota, New York, let's see, Texas, nothing for California just yet. Now, what I want to know with California is that the big question everybody's asking me is Nancy Pelosi being voted out? I'm not sure. Her and Feinstein almost like have a permanent seat forever. And the other question was, and I still haven't found an answer for, and I'm going to see if I can do it by tomorrow, is if Cheney is leaving and this other guy gets voted out, wouldn't they leave that committee and wouldn't it shut down the January 6th committee? See, I'm wondering about this now. So I don't know, because if they're no longer have that seat, even though it might go to January before the seat is actually picked for that committee, I still think they shouldn't be allowed to be on it, and they need to replace them or shut it down or suspend it until January. So it's 6:34. So you got 30 more minutes. Do you close at 7 or 8? And Lenora, what time is it out there in California? So we're going to have to wait and see. It says DeSantis so far is with 59%. This is already done. They've already declared him a winner against Chris. He had 40%. South Carolina, it looks like 38% of the vote is in. With McMaster with 57%. Now here is for Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, she's sitting at 52%, and Tudor Dixon is at 46%. Oh, wait a minute, the numbers are climbing right now. They're changing. This is 10% of the vote in. They still have Gretchen Whitmer at 52%, but Dixon is at 46%. So you guys know Pelosi and Frankenstein are not on the ballot. Oh, good. And it's only 6 there. Okay. So does your polls close at 7 or 8? Because we closed at 7 here. They were telling everybody to get in by 7. So Whitmer might be able to keep the seat. Hochul, okay, this is coming in. Hochul, Kathy Hochul, New York. Guess what? She's got, let's see, 15% of the reporting is in. 68% for her. Zeldin, that we thought was just going to smash it, with 31%. Um, now, Shapiro in Pennsylvania, with 23% of the vote, Shapiro has got 59%. Mastrano, I think that's how you pronounce it. He's at 37% of the vote, and Joseph Solowski, he's got one per. Oh, there it goes. It's changing. And let's see. It's still right about the same. Shapiro with 59 and Mastriano with 37%. Ohio. Mike DeWine with the 61% of the vote. Whaley at 38. So that would be a Republican lead. And this is 48% of the reporting is in. Oklahoma has got some numbers. Stitt and Hoffmeister. So Stitt has got 57% of the 57% with Hoffmeister with 40%, and that is 51% of the voting. That's Oklahoma. What's going on over on the East Coast where that's what, 3%? Are people not counting fast enough? Doggone it, count. Maine, let's see, I'm trying to get some of the states that I know you guys are in. If any of those just watching and they don't like to do the chat, if you guys want to see your state and I'm not mentioned it, just throw it in there real quick. Just write the state in with a question mark and I'll go ahead and read it for you. You don't have to say nothing. Texas, Greg Abbott with 53% of the vote. Beto O'Rourke has got 45%, and that is 43% of the voting are in. Now realize Democrats just vote Democrat. They don't like to change parties, but there was a lot of them that did. But they don't really like to change parties. They're like, they're going to go to the grave voting Democrat. There's nothing we can do to change their minds. They just lifelong, that's it. They're stuck. Because what if the Republican Party was acting like that? And it was vice versa. Wouldn't we all be Democrats? You know, it just depends on how you want to live. All right, so let's see. New Mexico, we've got Grisham is ahead of Ronchetti. So that's 56% to 41% with 16% of the reporting. And Grisham is a Democrat. Colorado, we have Polis and Ganal. It looks like Polis is leading with 61% of the vote, with the Ghani. I think that Gennady. Boy, that's a tongue twister. Ganal is a Ganahl. Ganal, I think that's how you pronounce it. Is trailing with 37% with 43% of the vote in. Oregon has nothing for Alaska. And the polls, there's some polls that are still open. So I'm going to go back up to the top of the page. So let's see if I got anything over here. Okay, we got it live again. So you could see some of the Senate races that I just read. Lankford, 66%. Mullen with, oh boy, let's see. Mastrano, 34, like I just said, for Pennsylvania, 19% is in. The Senate, Fetterman at 58. Oz is at 39. Pennsylvania, Wild at 54. Scheller at 45. Pennsylvania, Cartwright at 69. Bognet at 30. Pennsylvania, DeLuzio at 65. Schaefer at 38. Rhode Island, McKee, 58%. Democrat got it, looks like. Magaziner, 50, with Fung at 46. Cunningham at 40 and McMaster at 58. That was South Carolina. Matthews at 38. I didn't get that one. South Dakota, Smith, 33. Nome, 63. This is still South Dakota. Bings at 20. I didn't get it. Martin at 26. Lee at 71%. That was in Tennessee. Texas Governor O'Rourke at 45. Abbott got it with 53%. Dela Cruz, 51 to 46. Vallejo. I think that's how we pronounce it in California. So anyway, folks, I am going to increase this up and let you guys watch it. I'm going to go stretch my legs and get me some more coffee. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Mary, keep them entertained. Can you juggle or something? I might even have to whip out the balloons and make a dog or something for you guys tonight. Let you guys see some of that. You just never know. One of these days, folks, I am going to do it. I'm going to get on here. I'm going to have some balloons all blowed up, and I'm going to show you guys how to make flowers and how to make dogs and swords. And it's so easy. My sister didn't think she could do a balloon arch. She says, I don't know. And me and her did it, and it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So she could tell you about that too. It's very easy once you learn it. And these long balloons and the kiddos just love it. And wouldn't it be nice for your grandkids just to go out and get a little pump, blow them up, and then you know what? And when I show you guys how to do it, you'll be able to make a little dog and hand it to the kid and be able to fix it if it pops apart. It's just, and you know what? They don't pop. You just have to you have to leave the end so it doesn't pop so much on the end. And if you leave so much on the end, they won't pop and you can twist them lots. So one of these days, I'm going to get on here and make a point of showing you guys how to do the balloons. Because I love doing it. I love making them little critters and I love making flowers. So, all right, I'll be right back. So give me like 5 minutes and that way I can stretch my legs and I'll be back. And it looks like we're going to go for about another 2 hours. And we're going to have more coming in reporting. And so hopefully I don't get it for showing this and they cut me out. I know I'm probably going to get hit with a copyright strike, but you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm good to go on it and it's not going to hurt too bad. So, all right. I don't care if I go to jail. They won't put me in. They'll let me back out. Okay, we are back again. So is everybody ready to go? I lost everybody. Where'd everybody go? Come on now. I'm going to go back. Let's see what this other one has to have for the governor's races. I believe that's what this is. 88% is in. And look at Moore. He's just pulled ahead big time. And so has Healy. But these are now, I can expect it for Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont. All of those are going to be Democrat. I'm sorry to say. Illinois, I expect Pritzker. Those in Illinois. Mary keeps getting thrown out. Well, I think everybody's going to come and go tonight, Linda. But I have people, I have friends out in my living room, and they're saying I'm giving better reports than most, even better than Glenn Beck. They're trying to watch Glenn Beck, and they're trying to figure out what he's talking about. And they said they switched over to me, and they said I'm just crystal clear. I've got the numbers right, and I'm reading ahead of everybody else. So I'm doing good tonight, I feel. Going over these numbers. Now, these are pretty much governor races. You could see, now, they had everybody about 50-50 on this, on these races. And the thing about that is, I can't say that there's something afoot. I'm not going to say so just yet, but you know what? These Republicans, they've smartened up on this. And if it all starts going to the Supreme Court and they start seeing some problems, this election might go for a couple months and just to figure out what had happened. Now we got Huckabee right there still leading. So we're through with this one. Let me go over to where we have, let's see what's on this one. Oh boy, here we go. This guy, I'm going to turn up the sound.
Warnock, okay, look at this. Wow. So we just changed yet again. I was looking at Warnock a moment ago. Is it 51.5? Now back down below 50% for the second time that we've checked this out. That's a dead heat right now in Georgia on that Senate race.
Laura, you have any thoughts then?
Yeah, well, look, at this point, Kemp and DeSantis together, I think, stand as two leaders. They led on COVID. Remember,
Well, we could say Abbott, too.
I mean, Abbott, too.
Yeah,
But Kemp, remember, opened up his state of the states that were shut down before anyone else. He got a lot of criticism from Donald Trump at the time, and that kind of dissipated over a couple of weeks after that. But
Okay.
He opened up first, then DeSantis.
Everybody out in my living room is watching the Warnock-Walker race for, I guess, Georgia. And I just let them know it was 49-49, 50-50, 50-50. So see right there. And actually Walker has pulled ahead a little bit by so many votes. Another one for Georgia. It looks like West has pulled ahead now. See, folks, I told you it's too early. Illinois are saying Pritzker. But that's 37% of the vote. I still think that there's good chances that the Republicans can pull this off. I think the numbers are still too low to call it. Herschel will be contested. Kemp pulled ahead. Let's see, Scott. They're saying Scott for sure has got it. But, I did explain that if it looks like registered voters and there's not going to be enough to win it, they will call it. But it looks like we are, it really does look like we're going to gain some seats. That we're doing some of the governors. Grassley, he's climbing up slowly. We have to think, like I said, a lot of these Democrat run cities and states, these are diehard Democrats. They're not going to change their mind. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. There's nothing we can do to change their vote. Um, but the thing is changing the next generations. We have to change their mindset because they're going in a democratic way, and we need to bring the college students back in. Now, what happened? Hillsdale. That's where I do my college at. Online college is at Hillsdale, and um, they used to have all of these very young Republicans go speak at the colleges, but they got run off. And, I can't do nothing here. That's what, I'm so stunted in Arkansas because I can't go to the colleges and have them be a Democrat because everybody here is Republican. But now my granddaughter, Jayla, said, you know what? That it's growing. She said, it's growing, Mimi, the Democrats in the colleges. And she said, maybe you'll go and they won't beat you up. I said, well, I don't want to go and get beat up. And she said, well, maybe they won't because you're an old lady. And I said, the kids here respect older folks. And that could be the ticket for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start and help some of the colleges now that it's early on and see if I can go talk to the kids and change their mind. Because, I have with those college students that were the anarchists that I was able to get a hold of. And I'm changing their mind slowly because, they live with mom and dad, and their hopes is when they get done with college, be able to get a job and then go on. Well, a lot of them now have finished up college, and there's no jobs and nowhere to go, and they're going to end up living with mom and dad. All right, I got to pull this down so I don't get in trouble. And we'll go to. I'm going to go back over here. It's got some of the stuff at the bottom. I just wish I could increase this to make it bigger. Is it big for you guys or is it little? I know those watching on the phone, it's just going to be tiny, tiny, and you're not going to see it. But if you're on a TV, a good possibility you can just see these numbers. So I'm going to go back up to the top, and we should start seeing more and more going to central part of the states. We're coming up on the hour. It'll be 7. It'll be close to Arizona, Nevada, Wyoming, all of them at closing time. And we still probably have another hour for the West Coast. It's House we need. Yes, we need the House numbers. Definitely. Let's see. Hot race. Well, I got it on hot races. Now I could switch it to House. And I'm not sure if it's going to do it for me or not. Well, let's see what we got here. Key Senate races. Let's see. Okay, House races. Let's see. We have. It looks like I'm thinking Indiana. We've got Mervyn in the lead with 48% of the vote in, with 53 to 46. Looks like Virginia, we might have a seat with Kiggins with 55%. 64% of the vote is in. It looks like in Virginia, Vega is still ahead. That might be a seat. That's at 51%. All I'm going to do is go through and tell you who is winning it. I'm not going to give the other ones and what the reporting is, so you guys can see the seats. Now, it looks like in Virginia, I think it's District 10 is what they're talking about, with Jennifer Wixton. She is a Democrat with 52%, with 83%. So we might lose that seat. Pennsylvania might not be a seat for us. Susan Wild with 55% of the vote in, or 55% she's winning and 50% of the vote in. Now another one, Democrat may have got the seat. Cartwright with 38% reported with 55%. Washington doesn't have nothing. Colorado, Adam Fish We're probably going to get that seat. Maybe it's only 12% reported over Bobert. Let's see. New Hampshire. This is the East Coast. I keep saying West Coast. This is the East Coast, and New Hampshire is going to be Democrat no matter what. New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, all of that is going to have Democrat win, folks. I mean, it's just the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. That's, I got to bring you the truth and the facts. And the fact is, those are Democrat-run states. There's nothing we could do about it. All right, so we have in New Hampshire, Pappas, it looks like, is in the lead with 27% of the reporting over Leavitt. Now, North Carolina, this is another one that, of course, is it's a 50-50 matchup with, that's my phone, folks. Wiley Nichols is in the lead with 64%. So it looks like Nickel might get that seat. Ohio, 62% of the vote is in, and it is almost 50-50 between Landsman and Chalbert. So what I mean by that is they're only separated by 1,000 votes. So that is 52% for Langsman and 47% for Chalbert. That's a close race. Ohio is another one that's very close, and it's only separated by 20,000 votes, and 60% of the votes are in. Captur is in the lead. Now Connecticut, here we go again, folks. This is a Democrat state, and look how close this is. It's only not even. It's like 1,800 votes apart. With Hayes with 52% of the vote, Logan is at 47, almost 48%. And it's 12% of reported. Florida, let's see, it's got Salazar with 57% of the vote. Tadil is at 42 with all the votes. Looks like it's in. It does have a check mark. So that's another seat. Here's one that could be another seat for us. This is looks like ME. What's ME? Maine? I don't think ME is Maine. What's ME, folks? It's not Michigan. Maryland? No. What's ME? Someone tell me what ME is. And I'm going to feel stupid when you guys tell me. All right. So this is a very tight race. This could go either way. The numbers are changing right now. They're off. Well, okay, let's see. Republicans going up, 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 up. They with 30% of the vote in. It looks like almost 50-50 with Golden and Polkin. That is 47% for Golden, but it's very close, and there's still quite a few reporting. So Golden might get it, but it looks like Polkin might pull forward. Iowa, we got Axney, I think, and Nunn. That one is at 57% with 57% of the vote in. So now Nunn can pull this out. So that's another seat for the Democrats. Kansas, here's another. It's 50% of the vote is in with Davids. Now Kansas is kind of 50-50. We've been trying to work on them out of Arkansas, but we have a lot of Democrats right up at the corner of our state where Walmart's at Fayetteville. Fayetteville is a lot of college students, and it seems to be more Democrat up around Kansas and not Missouri, because Missouri, maybe it was Missouri that was in me. Does anybody know? Maine. Oh, thank you. They pooped here. Do not come to California. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Like Pier 39. Beth, Lenore's right. You want to stay away, but thank you for Maine. It make duh. I'm tired today. It's hard when you pull 3 shows and do 6 hours worth. I'm not going to have a voice tomorrow. I'm going to be all squeaky tomorrow and coughing because of my throat. All right, so Michigan, we are on to Michigan. It looks like the Republicans will grab another seat. This is 22% of the votes in with him, with Tom leading a good lead, at 56% to 41. But it's like 34,000 for Slotkin, and 47,000 for Barrett. So it looks like we might get the seat there. Now in Michigan, Jones and Kildee. Now it looks like the seat will go again to a Republican with 53% of the vote to 41. Then we have Minnesota. This one is iffy, folks, because Minnesota is really fed up. Minnesota's the one I got a lot of information from because I did the trial of out of Minnesota, and a lot of what's going on up there when Black Lives Matter was there, and Black Lives Matter promised these people a lot of money and a lot of help, and they walked away and took all the money. So I really did think that Minnesota might flip. But it looks like Angie Craig with 59% of the vote might get that seat. But get this, this is a Democrat state, or pretty much Democrat. Only 4% of the votes in. Why? I mean, Colorado's got almost 50%. This is a rural state. Maybe that's what but there's a lot of big cities. What is the deal with Democrat states that take so long to be able to get their vote in? Is it because they have so many mail-ins? This is questions. I'm going to start calling these. I'm going to start calling these states election boards and ask them why this keeps happening. It's something that I'd like to know. So onward. Everybody's like, shut up and get on with it. New Mexico. We are looking at Gabriel Velasquez is in the lead with 56%, with 21% of the vote in reported. So it looks like that seat is kind of 50-50 because Harrell has 43% of the vote. Then we are looking at New York. Looks like it's really close. It's a 6,000 vote difference, but Lawler has 53 and 30% of the vote is in. New York, Pat Ryan looks like might get the seat. 40% of the voting is in. Pat Ryan with a 58% to Schmidt at 41. Looks like, let's see, 47% of the vote is in, with Cellular maybe getting the seat with 56%. Texas, we have Gonzalez. It looks like, let's see, 51% of the vote is in, with 53% going to Gonzalez. Nothing for California. Let's see, nothing for Alaska. The governor races are in, but we're pretty much looking at Senate and Congress. So as the numbers keep climbing, we're going to go back up the top. Let's take a look at, here we go. We're going to show a little bit of that for a while because I know you guys can see this. So it looks like Adela Cruz, it might get that. A Cellular, we just got through doing that. That's the seat we might lose. Gonzalez, we might lose the seat too. It's close. And you know what? It is amazing to see the chat room here. And I can make this bigger. But the chat room is saying the same thing we are. What's wrong? How come all of a sudden the Democrats are pulling ahead when their numbers are down so bad? We might have to look into this race. And if we win and we win by one seat in each to be able to take the House and the Senate, they're going to throw a fit, folks. They're going to claim that they need to check into the race. They're going to want it'll go to the Supreme Court. They will. They'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court. if they don't get their way and if they don't get their vote. This is, let's see what we got here. It's doing governors. What was it? Biden job on Russia, disapprove of 58%. I'm going to read some of these because these are really good facts, except for now it's got a commercial. All right. Biden's job on China, disapprove. Folks, it is so sad to see. I'm going to move this. I was hoping to grab that guy that was explaining all of the had the big board with all the different cities in it, because he goes through and he explains it really good, and I don't mind getting in trouble for a little bit, and I'll appeal it. I'll tell them that, you know, I was doing just like everybody else did. Everybody wants to know, and this is a very important race, and it should be a very important race to YouTube also. Because, you know, if we win and we start pulling ahead, there are going to be some laws that are changed for freedom of speech. And YouTube could be looking at having to lighten up. And what gets me, folks, is I watch is there are people that keep losing their channels for saying one word. And get this, what they're saying, and they get a strike for it, and they lose their pages. And so then they either have to create one or they just don't come back. Kind of like Timothy Alberino. He's just now coming back. But when he had his channel taken, he didn't get out there for a very long time to have another channel. But then, like me, the things I lost my last channel on are now we're allowed to talk about. They took my channel away from me, and like close to 700 viewers. And now it's okay. Whatever I said back then is okay now. And it was over. Fosse. I said something about him, and they basically, and Mrs. Claus. It was Fosse, and then once I did Mrs. Claus, and I was claiming Mrs. Claus, they went ahead and took my channel from me. But see, how am I supposed to go? Here we're coming up on Christmas, and the same thing applies. I cannot claim I can say I'm Mrs. C, or a elf, or Mrs. Claus's helper, but I can't use Mrs. Claus because I'll get a strike for it. Still, and you know why? Because I need to get permission from the real Mrs. Claus to be able to be Mrs. Claus. And I know my viewers have seen this, but there's new people watching tonight. So I'm going to go through this again. We've had a little bit of time that we're going to go back through this. Oh boy, there we go. How about that right there? So the Democrats have 42 seats. The Republicans have 41. What's that for? Let me see. That's the Senate. 300 House seats. We're sitting. Can you guys see it? I hope you can. I know this is what you guys are wanting to know. Right now, we have 87 Republican seats, and Democrats have 48. So it's about 50-50 for Senate, and we are ahead by double for Congress. That's what we want. We want the House seats, but we also need the Senate. I mean, even if it's just a couple seats, folks, 1 or 2 seats will have us. But now, would we want do we like it with the Republicans having full charge of the House and the Senate? We got to think on that, because that is basically a one-party system. If we vote in 2 years a Republican president, it'll be a one-party rule. We don't need that. I don't want to be mean and hurt your guys' feelings, and you might disagree with me and you might hate me for this, folks, but we wouldn't want it if it was them. We have, and you're like, oh, don't soften up on those Democrats. No, I'm not, because we got to have it this way for a while to be able to fix the country and prove to the American people that we can be capitalists, we can be business people, we can be conservatives, and we can love our American flag, and everybody could be having a good time and prosper. And once they see that, everything's going to change. But to keep it that way for a long period of time just wouldn't really be a good idea. And I hope you guys aren't mad at me for that one. So here we go. I'm going to kind of scroll down because the numbers haven't changed there. Key seats, we've got, let's see, how do I read these? California. Let's see. I'm not sure on that. I should have read up on it. All right, so I'm going to go down and look at the races. Walker is at 49%. Warnock is now at 48%. Well, hold on, the numbers are changing. Let's see what we get. All right, the numbers have changed and they're in, so it's a final, and this is 67% of the vote or the reporting, with Walker at 49% and Warnock at 48%, almost 49, almost. It's close. Let's see. There's 1,569,000 votes for Walker, 1,554,000 votes for Warnock. That's how close it is. I bet you Oz and Fetterman's going to end up the same way. All right, so Florida has been decided. That is a Republican with 89 or 90% of the votes in. Pennsylvania, this is for the Oz and Fetterman. It's starting to tighten up. Let's see, Fetterman's got 51% of the vote. Oz with 45, with 46% of the reporting in. Let's see, 717 on the coast, West Coast. Must retain herself. Linda, you got a really good point there. We must retain our self-respect and integrity to a point, because we cannot. We voted on religious rights here. I don't know if you all had the same thing. And I read through it and I thought, they need to stay out of religion. And these are people, and I don't know why, what got them this way. But these liberals, they just hate this country. And the thing about it is, more and more they're passing laws to destroy our country. They're not building it back up. And how could we like people like that? But we've had to do it for 2 years. And to gain our respect and integrity is, there's a right way we can go about this. Don't run out in the streets and protest. We should not be out in the streets protesting, doing what they do. So putting things on fire and burning our flag and throwing Molotov cocktails at people. We shouldn't be doing that. And that's what they do, because they're paid to do it. And there was oh boy, I can tell you guys a cool story. And I think I might go to the other one so you guys can watch it while I tell you guys. Oh, here he is. I'll shut up.
4 hours ago, what Republicans said is that if they win in 2, they'll have the majority in the House. If they win in 7, there will be a wave. If they win in 10, you're going to ask yourself, how many feet high is that wave? So let's go in and see where we are right now, a little bit past 10 o'clock in the evening. Virginia 2, Jen Kiggin still leads Elaine Lurie. Remember, she's seeking a 3rd term right now in this area of Norfolk down here in the southeastern corner of the state. Let me pop out here to Abigail Spanberger, another Democrat seeking re-election. Right now, she has a slight lead on Yesli Vega. The difference is 4,700 raw votes. Wow, that's tight. This is the area just south of Washington, D.C. Spanberger used to have a district just on the west side of Richmond. She had a tough race in 2018 and she won. She had a tough race in 2020 and she won. She has been outspoken at times against her own party. And right now, it looks like Spanberger hangs onto a lead right there with Yesli Vega. I'll show you one more here. This is Virginia 10 in the northern part of the state. Republicans were big on Hung Cao. They liked him as a candidate. They liked his resume. They liked his background. They liked him on the trail. Hung Cao, born in Saigon, Vietnam, now trailing Jennifer Wexton by about, 14,000 votes. All votes now in Northern Virginia. So Youngkin, a year ago, Glenn Youngkin won this state, flipped everybody on its head right now to the state of Virginia. All of these races that you see here on the House side that are considered to be key races now, Youngkin did much better than what you saw Trump versus Biden 12 months prior. All right, so we got a span of 24 months here, and we can take a sample from 2020 to 2021 and now to 2022. Now, what I said was majority, wave, how high is the wave? So we haven't gotten to this point yet. I'm not quite sure about this either, but there's a few more races that check in. I can tell you this, up here in Rhode Island, I know a lot of folks at home weren't following this race, but we were. This is Rhode Island 2. This is Alan Fung. He's the former mayor of Cranston, Rhode Island. Republicans love this guy. You see his campaigns. He's always happy and he's always going for it. They were big on him and beating Seth Magaziner. He's trailing right now by about 3 points in that race. If Fung goes down, that would be a big disappointment to Republicans who are trying to, run up the margins in the House.
Rhode Island.
Oh, it is Rhode Island. Brent, we never talk about it, do we? Same thing for Connecticut, okay? So this is the west part of Connecticut. This is Connecticut number 5. This is George Logan, okay? African-American taking on Johanna Hayes. She's had the seat for a number of years now. Also African-American woman. It's early here, but they were big on Logan. Let's see whether or not he can catch her or not. These races are the kind of races that the Republican leadership said, if we win in places like Rhode Island and we win in places like Connecticut, you will be looking at a red wave. Right now, though, at least on the East Coast, we have not seen that. Still time to go, but we'll watch how this rolls in.
Nice job. Let's make a call. The Fox News Decision Desk can call the Republican State Attorney General in Missouri. Eric Schmidt will be the next senator from Missouri, defeats Democratic candidate Trudy Bush Valentine.
Yay.
This is the seat to replace retiring Senator Roy Blunt. A couple of the things. Ohio. If we could put up that race board really quick. The senior Vance strategist telling our own Mark Meredith that this race, in their mind, was not going to be close. They are very happy with their lead growing. Quote, we're still hitting our numbers. So they are talking very aggressively about Ohio. And let me just take you to Pennsylvania really quickly. This is from the Fetterman campaign. An aide there is pointing to their candidate's performance in smaller counties with more than 95% in, where they say that Mehmet Oz is underperforming Trump from 2020. These are Forest, Elk, and Wyoming. That spread right there. Again, that's early, 41% in. But we're going to talk to a guy who may know something about Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin joins us now. He wrote.
Okay, I'm going to have to move it because of me getting strikes. So, so that's what we're seeing. And so it looks like a Fetterman might win. The vote, it's getting to where it's the last few, and there's a good possibility Oz will lose to Fetterman tonight, which would be a horrible loss. So I'm gonna let's see what we got here for. We'll go back up here. The Democrats have gained, it looks like 51. This is for the seats, because they had them at, I can't remember what they had it listed at on that news, that live thing. But we are looking at, there are 290 House seats left in play. So Democrats are at 51, and the Republicans now have 94 seats. Now in the Senate, there are 17 seats left in play. We have the Democrats at 42, the Republicans at 41. So it's close. Pennsylvania should vote for the dead man. Yeah. I don't understand that. He can't even carry on a full sentence. And he's looking at a teleprompter that he reads from that tells him what to do. Something's wrong there with that. I'm not saying anything's afoot, but he was very popular there. And the thing with Oz is everybody is very leery of Oz. Even Karen said she didn't want to vote for him. And quite a few were like that. Now, he was a strong supporter and not strong supporter, but he was in with the Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey is in with the Clintons, in with Pelosi. Get this. Oprah Winfrey has been to Epstein Island 21 times, folks. She did. She went there 21 times. That's way more than she's almost up there with Bill Clinton. Why did Oprah Winfrey need to be going to Epstein Island? What was her purpose there? And the second they took his Epstein's house, she built one almost like it, or found one almost like it on the West Coast, but out on one of the islands. And she has a basement being put in. And that's something that Epstein Island had, was one great big huge basement. So Oprah Winfrey now has one great big basement. So where is she stand with Epstein and Weinstein? She had her tongue in Weinstein's ear. And many pictures with the Clintons, big time with the Clintons. And so anybody that's friends with the Clintons, you got to be leery about what they're doing. So, all right, let's go over, let's see. It's still 51-94. The Senate seats is still 42-41. So here's the map. What we're looking at, you see all that blue? All that blue is, that's the part of what Democrats have control over. Like I said, up around the East Coast, that you were going to see more Democrats and independents get it over the Republicans. So, all right. So now we are, they're doing key seats. Looks like Rubio, it looks like, well, I don't know. It looks like Rubio may have it. I'm not sure. All right. Well, let's go on down to the list. Key Senate races. Herschel Walker has got the 49% with 70% of the vote there. I want a guitar in the drum bunker. Oz also went along with the flip-flop Fashi. Thank you, Karen. Thank you for that little bit of info. And she's hoping Fetterman would lose. I don't know. It looks like it's going to be really close. All right, so we have Walker that's in the lead with 70% of the vote. It looks like Mark Rubio with 57, with 90% of the votes in. Then we have, let's see, Fetterman is 51% with Oz at 46%, with, let's see how many, with 50% of the reporting, and it is changing again. Hold on. It looks like Fetterman dropped a little bit. We now have 51% for Fetterman and 46% for Oz. Wisconsin, boy, this is close. Barnes and Johnson, Ron Johnson, he's at 49%. She's at 50% with 50% of the reporting. You just want a guitar and drum bunker. Yeah, boy, that's what I need too. I get my property. I definitely want to have a bunker underground. All right, so we're going to go down this. Boy, Nevada's still totally open. O'Day is looks like, well, no, they called it for Colorado. I'm sorry. Bennett. This is 61% of the vote, and he's at 55. And it's got a check mark for Michael Bennet, the Democrat, where O'Day has only got 41%. New Hampshire, we've been kind of watching that with Bolduc. He's at 43%, but it looks like Maggie Hassan might have that seat with 50% of the vote. In South Carolina, Tim Scott with 62. Christy Matthews, that's going against him, that I think he's the one that said that she wouldn't debate him. A lot of these, they're trying to push it so they don't have to debate anymore. So you just listen to what they have to say, and there's nobody to debate the lies. That's why we need to keep it the way it is. Connecticut, let's see, Blumenthal with 55% over Levy. And then Grassley is catching up, 51% of the vote, with Franken at 48%. So Grassley's moving up. Mike Lee, nothing on it. So House races for the seat. This is the ones for the seat. We have 51 and 48 for the numbers. And it looks like Mervyn might have it with 51%. And it looks like it's still going up. And this is, like I said, they are, well, it says 76% of the vote is in. Now in Virginia, it looks like Kiggins over Laura, but and I think that she has gained some because they just had her on Fox News. So this is maybe 54 for Kiggins, and Luria is 45%. Let's see. Here's another one for a V87. So okay. And I'm looking at stuff that William's saying. He's talking about jamming and some music. William, my brother does that too. I'm gonna stop here for a little bit, because everything's kind of moving up again. So, and I want to go back up and look at the seats, because that's what we're interested in, is these seats. It's still right about the same for the Senate. But William's talking about playing the drums and playing the guitar, and my brother can do that too. And in his man cave, he's got, let's see, I think a piano, like a keyboard. He's got drums. He's got different guitars, like the acoustic, and I think he has like electric guitar. I keep telling him, William, have you seen that young girl that can play all that stuff, and she does it and creates her own music by herself? That's really awesome. If I can find it again, I'll post it in our list. So, all right, we still have Democrats with 42, Republicans at 41 for the Senate seats, and for the House, 98 seats to Democrats 55. There's 282 House seats left in play. There are 17 seats in the Senate's left to play. So we're still waiting. And there's the maps again. And I will go down, and I'm going to go all the way down. Let's see, get to the bottom here. We don't need that bottom. So Laura Kelly, now her numbers are moving, and that is a Democrat for a lead and possibly the seat, Congress. Beto O'Rourke is over Mark Tippett. But guess what? Greg Abbott, now you guys are like, oh no, O'Rourke got it and Beto is getting it. No, I wanted to show, this is interesting because it has 4 people that are on there. I believe they're independent, like Tippett and Barrios. They only got like 48,000, 16,000, where, we're looking in the millions for O'Rourke and Abbott. So Greg Abbott is in the lead at 54%. O'Rourke is at 44. How did he get that? I thought everybody didn't like him in Texas, O'Rourke. But, here comes a hardcore Democrats ready to make sure he stays in his seat. Let's see. Evers is ahead of Michaels, and that's 51 to 47. Mary knew what? You heard Oz is New World Order. That's what NWO is, New World Order. He is. Mary, the thing with, and this is where I'm kind of leery of Oz, he acts like Asa Hutchinson did. When he got in office, he was all gung-ho and he was going to help with our state. But then he got in and to me, he hindered Linda Ives looking into the boys because he would never sign off for us to get some of this information or bring someone in to be able to investigate them. So I'm leery of Oz really bad. But I don't want Fetterman though. That's the thing. I don't want Fetterman, and Oz is questionable. So I don't know. We're just going to have to. Maybe this kid will change his mind. But he's a kid. He's like 20, I think 21, 22. So, I mean, he's a grown kid, but he's a kid. You feel uneasy? But yeah, I do too. Kind of like, you can't put your finger on. Now, Hillary and them, I felt the same way. And that's why I started looking into it because, I had the one guy tell me, sit me down and say, hey, they're not good. They're not only fascist and Marxist, a little bit of communism, but they'll bring China in, So I can get it. I can get it with the way you guys feel about Oz. And then we had, what was weird when Clinton brought it was about 100 Chinese that he brought into the state. And all of them got businesses. And next thing you know, they're getting in trouble for getting info from the Chinese. So, it just shows you. I mean, and they're still doing it. There are people still opening restaurants that are all for some of them being shut down. It's just, I was hoping they'd have the big rocks in here for us today, but they didn't. Dadgummit. Yeah. All right. So, let's see. I'm going upward. David McKee. He's a Democrat. It looks like he might get the seat over Ashley Cross. So, and people, when you vote, I know it's kind of late. Be careful because the signs in there with the cameras record everything. Be very, very careful with this. Like with me, I dressed up really nice earlier, and when when I got done voting, and I came home and I started looking at the polls. Something was up, folks. Something's up. I'm sorry. I got off track there. I'm watching this and talking to you guys. So, this is going to be a very tight race. And I don't know why. To me, the numbers weren't there. That's all I have to say. The numbers were not there for the poll numbers I seen this afternoon. There's something's wrong. I don't know. I'm not going to say this is, it's, I think we might have to challenge a few states. All right. I'm going to go back up because, they change, the numbers are changing very quickly. Hopefully we see something better for the Senate race. Okay. All right, same. Why is it the same? What? Did everybody quit voting? Something's wrong here. We have 17 seats left in play, and it's 42 to 41. Now, there are 280 House seats left, with 99 for the Republican. It looks like we, if it goes this way, it looks like we've got Congress. It looks like we got the Senate is still going to be decided, but it looks like, but there's still a long ways to go to fill 280 seats. But right now, we pretty much have 100 seats. So about 180 more to go. You feel shut out. Why? Karen, I would say move. Get out of there. Get out of the states that are run by Democrat. We did, but it wasn't nowhere close to what it is now. It's scary now. Scary. Karen, are you living in a place that it just recently, is it coming up where you're seeing more people wandering around? Oh, get this. My nephew had a gorgeous house in the Bay Area, in Fairfield. I think it was Fairfield, and a beautiful house. And he has homeless people wandering around his street. He's had it on camera before. And I would never have expected that. But see, they found out that there's nothing in San Francisco, so they're all moving basically up and about some of the valley cities. And that's scary because look at what just happened. Wow. All right, onward. Boy, we're sitting at almost 3 hours in. 3 hours for the East Coast, and we're looking at 3 hours of mine. And boy, we're waiting for these numbers. Herschel Walker is 49%, with Warnock at 48%. Leaving Washington. Yeah, I don't blame you, William. I heard Washington was getting really bad. I think all the riffraff is going there. That's how I get it. Everybody has got to get over there to the East Coast to be able to find a way to go to China or Taiwan. I have a feeling we're going to have a bunch raid them like they have done us. And that's man, folks, that is so sad. What just happened? We had someone that is, if you meet her, she's very sweet. To be involved with a guy that just stole a whole property. So the vets are offering themselves everywhere. Yeah. Well, you can get a veteran loan too. But you guys, if you're in these states, get the heck out. It's only, it's only going to get worse. And if they win, I ought to scoot down to see California. Okay, I'm trying to look through here to see what's up. See if I've missed something or something's going to give me extra stuff. Okay, let me switch back over here. All right, let's see what we got here. Well, they're talking about the storm. I'm going to go ahead and let's hear what's going on, because this will affect, it's heading right to Florida.
We're here in Clark County, home of Las Vegas, and this is an area where Democrats spend a whole lot of time and effort, including incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. This area, Clark County, and then you have Washoe County. Those are the two with the largest number of Democratic voters. But then you go to the 15 rural counties, and that is where Republican challenger Adam Laxalt, he has really put his focus, hoping that high turnout in those areas would help offset losses in Washoe and in Clark County. But we've seen something really fascinating coming out of Washoe County. Those vote totals, or at least the turnout totals that we've seen throughout the day, Republicans had outnumbered Democrats 2.5 times in Washoe County. So the dependence on those rural counties for Laxalt really may not be as large as he had once expected. But we have another issue here when you look at turnout. I mean, we have early voting, but also these mail-in ballots. In this state, you could postmark your mail-in ballot by today. It will still count, or you could have the option to drop it off in person. And in some of those cases, those mail-in ballots will not be counted tonight. It could take up to 7 days. Guys?
Okay, Alexandria, thank you so much.
7
We do have a
days.
race call to make, and that is in Pennsylvania. For governor, we can now project that Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, will beat Doug Mastriano. Shapiro, the attorney general, has run a pretty strong race. He's running well ahead of the Senate candidate there, Lieutenant Governor Fetterman. We can make this call. There was a concern about Mastriano in Republican circles, but Democrats, remember, spent a lot of money putting Mastriano, supporting him in the primary, one of several candidates around the country that they did that to. Shapiro, though, to his credit, ran a pretty tight race, one in which a lot of luminaries came in to support him, and he will win with a pretty big spread in Pennsylvania.
It's another race where we talk a lot about whether or not there's a split decision that voters have between Shapiro and Dr. Mehmet Oz in that race. We've got a ways to go before we can get to any decision there, but Mastriano obviously could not stand up to the challenge of Josh Shapiro, who was very middle of the road and was very well liked in the state of Pennsylvania. He's 56 to 42 in that race. So let's bring in Republican Tim Scott, who has had a very good night and will serve another term in the United States Senate. He has been a very popular senator and
Okay, so let's see, they still have, is this still going? Yeah. So we have Oz and Fetterman are getting closer and closer. That little margin is getting skinnier, folks. Definitely getting skinnier. That's a good sign. I'm going to go to where I can get the numbers. Let's see if I can find them on here real quick. Oh, back up. New Hampshire, Maine, Oklahoma, Ohio. It looks like Hochul, Kathy Hochul over Zeldin still, and she's pulled ahead almost 61%. Wow. And Whitmer, she's pulling ahead a little bit. Boy, I can't believe that, and I can't believe New York wants to be like that. Let's see, Georgia, that's governor races. Let me find, oh, come on, where are they at? I probably passed it, dadgummit. I passed it somehow. It's in Pennsylvania. Come on, where's Pennsylvania? It couldn't have disappeared. There's Florida. As I'd like to, whoops, there it is. There it is. No. This is horrible, guys. I'm probably just passing it. Alaska, nope, I just did it again. Let me go further down. Well, dadgummit. How come I can't find it? I might have to go back to the other one to see what we got there. Let's see. See, there's Whitmer right there. She might have it. When, you know, all of the lies that she told in her, I think, isn't she the one, it was either her or Hochul that went after Trump. And I really did think that it was going to change. Do we have numbers for California? Let me see if we got numbers for California yet, or even Washington. You know, that we haven't seen none of those. Let me start back at the top. We'll go back and look and see what's going on with this. Let's see. There's still 42 to 41 for the seats. So they're still undecided. We have 102. So we pushed over 100 now of the House seats. There's still 275 seats left. That tells you how much this is going to be a while. And I will go for approximately 1 more hour before I close off for the night. So we got about another hour with me entertaining you with bad stories. All right, so let's see what's the key thing. Warnock and let's see, key seats. Boy, this is crazy. All right, Walker and Warnock. It's still Herschel Walker is just a little bit ahead. We know Rubio is looked like he's got it. Pennsylvania with Fetterman and Oz. Here we go. It is 49 to 47. It's closing, folks. We might see a Oz win. We're at 61% of the vote is in. And Fetterman, like I said, he's got 1,811,000. Oz is 1,731,000. So it is 47%, 40 up. Here goes the numbers again. I love it when it changes when I'm reading it, because I get kind of excited. It's still the same, 49 to 47. The only thing that really changed is Eric Gerhard that gained some like I think almost like 400 or 500 votes. But this guy is just out there, and he just got a massive amount of votes. How weird. But we're looking at Fetterman at 49%, Oz at 47%. This is still too close. All right, here we go with Arizona. We're finally getting some numbers from them for Kelly and Masters. It looks like Kelly might get the seat. We're looking for Arizona. Ron Johnson has got back up there. Look at this. Barnes was at 49%. Folks, remember, we were looking at Ron Johnson way down there. Well, now his numbers have come up, and he passed Barnes with 50% of the vote. So there we go. Nevada, let's see. Nothing's coming in for Nevada. We have one for Colorado with Bennett. They're trying to call it with 61% of the vote. And it looks O'Day is at 41, Bennett at 55. Let's see. I'm trying to find some Alaska. Nothing for Alaska yet. Nothing for no polls are closed there. Key House races. Oh boy, let's see. What was it green here? This was Washington State. It closes at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. It closes in about an hour. Let's see about California. Let's see. Where's California on here? Here we go. Here's some California. Closes at the same time, 11 p.m. They close in 1 hour. I might have to stay up a little later, stay on here a little later, because it kind of looks like I still get in an hour they're going to close. Or no, well, maybe not. Let me go back. 11 p.m. Eastern Time, so it'd be 10 my time. So it's fixing to close. This is all, it's all wrong. What's all wrong? William having a hard time communicating. Oh, you do. I thought William was getting kicked out now. I was like, come on, Mary, what are you doing? Dragging him out with you? You keep getting all thrown out. Why? There must be something wrong, Mary, with your stuff. Did you get hijacked by the Russian? It's Russia. It's Russia that did it, Mary. Russia. Russia's like got your number. What about your phone? Is your phone working right? Mary, is your phone working to where you can make calls and talk, or are you losing connections? If so, Mary, I'll throw you on the phone. They can hear you talk. The system is of the selection. I think so too, William. I think that is faulty. There's something wrong with those machines. I think I think those machines, they're old too, William. These are the old ones. They have newer ones, but the newer ones, okay, get this. You remember on the last 2016 and 2020 where they were having votes switch, like you would vote and then it would flip to the other guy. They had to get rid of all of those machines because they were faulty. Now we could be looking at something else, another faulty. So, Mary, is your phone working where you could talk? I mean, if you could see the numbers on something and talk on the phone, that would then we could do it that way. I'll call you up and throw you on the air with me. So you just have to kind of figure that out. Or did she get kicked out again? Mary, did you get kicked out again? So, but we are looking at 3 minutes before we will have the West Coast open up, and we'll start seeing a lot of. I watched the numbers, and they're just too convenient. Well, William. Yeah, that's a good point. But see, what I'm seeing is it's what they said it was. And that's not right because they have been saying that his numbers, even with, I'm talking to this administration, their approval rating is way down. So, and it's by their own people. So why would you say, I don't like what they're doing? Well, then I'm just going to vote for them anyway. Is it because democracy? Did the democracy scare people? If the Republicans get in, they're going to change democracy and we're all going to go broke. No, it's their system that's created this, not the Republicans. And I think they need to make a stand. No matter if they win all the seats, the next time Nancy Pelosi gets in there and wants to make a stand, they need to make a stand too, and they need to get up and walk out like they did in Texas. You remember Texas when those people refused to vote, and then they all went to Washington D.C. Why can't the same thing happen with the Republicans and the Independents? Because the Independents can do it too, where they just say, no, you know what? We're not going to play your game no more. We're not going to play your game no more, and we need to do something about it. What is it? Is it Japan? They go out fighting. They got fists going. We'll see. Okay, Mary, where are you? She's not answering me. Yeah. All right. So here we go. Back up. All right. It's 43-43 for Senate, right? So it's changed. Also, 71 Democrats and 114 Republicans for the seat. So, there should be voter call-ups. What do you mean? I got someone outside my window. That's weird. I just heard a whole bunch of stuff outside my window. That's weird. Maybe I'll have someone out there in the living room go out and look. That was weird, folks. I mean, I'm serious. I don't see anybody. See, I have a window right there. I'll show you guys this. It's right there. It's about 3 feet away from me. And I heard something bump on the house right there. And I thought I seen something move. So I got my shades pulled down. There's only about that much showing, but that's weird. Mary, did you hear what I asked you about the phone? Is your phone working? So if you could see the numbers, you just can't chat, then we'll put you on the phone. I'll put you on the phone and let you do the show with me. And then that way you can just watch the numbers on your phone if possible, or watch the numbers somewhere else. So, all right. So there we go. We have it 43-43 for the seats, 71 for Congress, and 114 for Republicans. And we're still waiting. Now the polls should be closing right now. So I'm going to zoom down to the bottom and see what we have. And I might go back to what we have on the regular channel. Okay, let's see. Colorado, then we have New Mexico, Kansas, Texas, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Nevada. Let's see. Nothing for Nevada, but the polls are closed. Arizona, the Kari Lake that everybody likes. Hobbs is ahead of her. 47% of the vote is in. Hobbs at 57%. Now, I don't think that's right. Kari Lake is only 42%. But, it's only off by about 200,000 votes. But I don't like that. That should be different. Okay. Florida, let's see, Georgia, Alaska is still, they you know what, their polls don't close for another 3 hours. For another 3 hours, it's going to be for Alaska. So that'll be for tomorrow. Nick Begich is running for one of the seats. And Sarah Palin. They got Mary Patola, then we got Nick Begich, and then we have Sarah Palin. And if I don't care either Sarah or Palin, but I'm not sure about Begich. Begich, if you realize, that is, I believe he is the son of with HAARP. His dad did the whole HAARP thing. So that's Nick Begich. Oh, it might be, yeah, it is him. I'm sorry. It is Nick Begich. He's the one that is a big part of HAARP up in Alaska that exposed HAARP for what it could do. And, the thing about it, it can pulse, it can cause earthquakes, it can steer a hurricane, they say now. This all used to be conspiracy. And now that he said, and they ruined him, saying he was a conspiracy theorist. And come to find out, it's more, they just lied and covered it up. So, but that's who Nick Begich is. So we are either looking at Nick Begich or Sarah Palin for the seat. California, the polls are closed, but it's still at 0. California again. California, let's see. We got 1, 2, 3 for California for seats. I believe that's for Congress. And then, let's see. Nevada, not yet. Nevada, California, that's Colorado. Washington, 0 still. Still Washington, nothing. Utah's got stuff going, and it's got 12% of the vote with Mike Lee and McMullen. We have Mike Lee with 59%, and McMullen is only at 36. Nevada's still nothing there. Arizona, we got a little bit on. Is that the only race in Arizona? because that's all I'm really seeing. Maybe there's something else here for Kelly and Masters. And Mark Kelly's still at 58%. Masters isn't doing well. Pennsylvania, again, with Fetterman and Oz. Fetterman just overtook Oz still with 49% of the vote. Oz at 48. It's still really close. Let's see. All right, let's go back up. We have Democrats with 45 for the seat. Republicans 44 with 11 seats left. This is coming down to the last 10, folks. Let's see. Nick Begich's father was, he was what, a congressman? Let me tell you the history about Nick Begich. Now, he was a big part of HARP, but his dad was either a congress or senator. And mysteriously, his father knew some stuff and was going to expose some of Congress and Senate on things they had done. Well, his plane went down. I don't think they ever found it. They may have, but I haven't looked into the whole story yet. I might need to for a show. And so his plane crashed, and it really helped. Nick Begich says it really did help him because he became aware that there is just certain things that Congress and Senate's not telling you. Well, then he found HARP, and he said, he's good. If you guys really want to find out this weather wars, the earthquakes, lots of stuff, mind control, a whole bunch of different things that HARP is able to do. So go look them up. And so that's who Nick Begich is. He is, and he is running for a seat like his dad. Let's see, Colorado and New Mexico never makes sense. No, they don't. So we are sitting at 80. Whoop, there we go. It's flipping. We have, all right, 216 House seats left. We have Republicans with 135, with Democrats with 84. We are still sitting at 45 for Democrats for Senates, 44 with Republicans. There's still 11 seats left. So it's close. I want this part to be done and the seats so we can see where we're at. Now, I'm hoping that Democrats stop right there. And now it says 51 needed, I believe, to be able to take the House. So really, Democrats are 6 away. They're close, but we just need those 11 seats, or at least, at least if we can get 1 or 2, we got them on it. We just need those extra few to be able to take the Senate. Now, it looks like more than likely we're going to end up with Congress, unless something changes here. California, Oregon, Washington is all kind of blue, or they're thinking about it. And so, it looks like a red wave to me. So don't get scared. Don't get scared yet. All right, so I'm going to go back down here. Let's go back over to, it looks like we got taken again. Let's see what we get. No, they took them away. All right, let's take this other one. All right, here we go. Oh, wow. It's real. See, there's $38,000, $38,000. Oh, listen to me. I'm thinking money. Oh, they did that too quick. I don't think Bezos is going to get, I think Abbott's really just going to zoom and get them on this. So, oh boy. So we're getting close. I hope everybody's kind of getting excited, because now we're starting to see the final numbers. And that's, I think, what we're going to see over this next hour is the final numbers of what's going on with this election. And it's so close. And it should, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Who are these people that voted for these jerks? I really want to know who voted for these guys and actually agree with how horrible this country is right now. That's all they're saying is they're voting for hatred of this country, hatred for the Republican Party, hatred for the people that are. That's a lot of hate, and that's what they are voting for. And it tells you 50% of this country, and I don't think so. Looky there. There's Miss Ivy. They called it in her favor. But what is wrong with the Democrats that they really like how horrible things are? I just can't see anybody going along with that. And that's what they're doing with these votes that are coming in. Tells you that these people love these guys and what they're doing. And they like paying high gas prices. They love paying for the food. So who are they to make that much money? Because I know a lot of them, some of them are college students. So they like all this. They like their mom and dad telling them what to do. And I don't know. This is just a weird type of election. There you go. O'Rourke had 43%. How? Who likes that man? Boy, who likes that guy? I don't know anybody that does. Or and he really thinks he's gonna. We know what he's about. He's all over the place, and think of what he would do to Texas if he was governor. That's scary. That's really, really scary. Newsom, what? Newsom ran? Did I miss something there? He ran for, well, I guess so. He would have to run for governor. I'll have to wait for it to cycle through again, but I just caught that. I guess because the California numbers are finally starting to come in. Oh, who would vote for him? Oh, and when half the state hate him. That's just, all right, Lenore, tell me about this. Tell me why they're voting for him. See, this is what I was afraid of. If you cut that state up and the northern half, it wants to be, basically they want to be Republican, but they want to name their part of the state Jefferson. So, boy, oh boy, this is something. Okay, Martin and Lee. I'm waiting for California all over again to look at the numbers. Well, let's see. Pritzker got it. Went kind of fast. Polis and Ganal, Jagier, and Reynolds. She's got 58% for Reynolds. There it is. No, that's O'Rourke. I wanted to find Newsom. I thought I looked to see O'Rourke. Is like, wait a minute, there he is. There he is. Okay, what was the number? You just got back in. What number? Do you want my number to call in, or do you want the number of somebody that's running? All right. I'm going to go back to the big numbers. All right, here we go. We have 45 with they're saying 10 seats left, and it's equal. 50-50. Then we have 205 in the House seats left with 143 Republicans, 87 Democrats. Yeah, see, William, you know what? I had someone call me and try to sell me something from like that Obama was a part of. And I go, are you kidding me? I said, how'd you get my number? And they said, oh, it was part of, all they do is they get a list and they're calling people. I think it was for a type of campaign for a Democrat, but in another state. and they were pushing Obama. And I said, you know what? Obama sucks. And this is a newsroom. So what are you doing? And the guy goes, oh, you're a business. And he hung up real quick. But I think he was trying to get me to give campaign contributions out to the Democrat Party. It's like, and using Obama. And I'm like, well, Obama sucks. I'm sorry, folks, that get offended by that. But, you know, I really did have high hopes for Obama. And I really did up to the time when it was Ferguson. Remember when Ferguson happened? He didn't do nothing. And I thought, whoa, wait a minute. And then the National Guard was standing down. So was the cops. And he just let the city get burnt. And I thought, no, something's wrong. And then when I seen him ignoring the other ones or all the riots, I realized, no, you know, I can't support a man that does this. And then I started uncovering a lot of stuff that he had done. I was all about the Clintons. So all this other stuff I've gotten into has just been over time and curiosity. Oh, what is the call? And okay. I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna get her on the phone, and then we'll get with the numbers. I'm gonna see what we got here to give you guys up. The screen is gone. Let me reload it and see if we have anything. Nope. All right, let's go with that one. Okay, so let me get a hold of Mary, and then when I get back, she will be live. So. So I'm gonna go ahead and put you on, okay? Oh, wait a minute, I'm gonna stretch my legs a bit. This is my back. My back is killing me. My legs are killing me. My throat's killing me. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing to my ribs from sitting so long. So everything's hurting from the sitting. But I've been sitting here since 7. So I've been talking for 3 hours. And I keep watching the numbers and I see these numbers start changing and I lose track. Yeah. So, and then when I leave, everybody leaves. And it's like, oh my God. So I don't want everybody to leave. So, and I should have enough time on my phone for, so I'm going to turn you up. So you'll be basically, everybody be able to hear you. So hold on. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Mary. We got Mary with us now.
Hi,
So Mary is live with me. Everybody hear her okay? This is how I do William. And she just don't have a shadow person for her. We're have to get a shadow person. What's this say? Uh-oh. Did it take you out, Mary? Mary? I think her phone just took her out. Hello? Huh. Let's try this again. Now you guys get to hear her phone ring.
Hello?
Did it take you out again?
I guess. Someone don't want me to talk.
Yeah, someone definitely doesn't want you to say anything tonight. But, election night, who cares?
Yeah, I can imagine why.
So, but if it doesn't, I'll keep going out. So, Linda said, "Hi, Mary. Good to hear your voice."
Hi, Linda. How you doing?
It was Linda G. So,
Yeah.
So I was on my way to call Mary and get it all set up so we can have her on the show with us. So it's nice, I wanted to do it, but I was going to have a viewer, but with Mary not being able to be a moderator, and she moderates for quite a few shows, and she's even having problems sticking with them too. Let me, I'm going to go, we already seen the governors. I'm going to go back to the grid. We have still 45 seats, 10 seats left for Senate. There are now 193 House seats left in play. We have 91 Democrats, so they're gaining a little bit, but we have 151 Republican seats. So it's getting close, Mary. Now we have Warnock. It's not 49% even with Walker sitting at 48 or almost 49%. Just it's so close. It's like 1,000 apart. Rubio, it looks like he's going to go ahead and take it. 96% of the vote is in with Marco Rubio with 57% of the vote. Fetterman and Oz. Boy, it's right there now. I couldn't even find it earlier. We have Fetterman with 49%, and Oz is sticking right with it with 48. They are right about 40. Mary, get this, 40,000 votes apart.
Wow.
So jump in there and say anything. Now in Arizona, we got Mark Kelly leading with 58% with Masters trailing. Ron Johnson, it's 51-48. And in Nevada, we have nothing coming in, but they are closed. Let's see. Grassy in Iowa looks like he's going to go ahead and take it over Franken. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm just really concerned about what's going on because the last time, as we all know, everything went haywire. And it's just, I don't trust these voting machines. Does anyone?
They're so I think I can't say corrupt. There's something wrong with those machines.
Well, anything can be hacked, so how do we know?
I have not seen AOC on the list. Karen, that's a good question right there. What about AOC and the and that little group, their little terror pack? I have not seen them. Mark Kelly is a rubber stamp. So what about AOC? So, and Karen says, "Hi, Mary."
Hi.
So I think they like hearing your voice. They have to listen to me all the time.
Well, it's nice to put a voice with words and better with a face at other times. Definitely not tonight, you know.
Yeah. At least this time you're staying connected. So
well, I'm having the hardest time. Every time I try to comment or do something, everything's flipping, and I actually have an echo as we're talking now, and it's like nobody wants to hear what I have to say.
Let's see. Sometimes if I turn my sound down, you won't get the echo. All right. What is it? Kind of disappearing?
Okay. Oh, I don't hear an echo. Good enough then.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
it really is all disturbing because, like I said, can I mention the other shows that I'm on for?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
John
but you know what? Hold on for a second. I should have went on Hodges. I should have, but it's going to see what tomorrow brings. And, if they go to rioting in the streets, I might need to call him and tell him, put me on your show. Because there's stuff I know that I haven't said yet.
Moderator for Dave Hodges for years. Not only that, he helped me with a big case in D.C. with Monica Wesolowski, and it was a frightening case where I found out about the child trafficking and all that stuff story. But I'm also a moderator for John B. Wells, New York Prepper, and a few other people. And the thing is, I keep trying to moderate tonight, and I keep getting thrown out. So I'm definitely feeling targeted, but, I'm not afraid. But it's really weird. It's pretty obvious, actually. And I love our country. My father was an American diplomat. My parents worked for the DOD, so I'm not a stranger to what's going on. But it's just really concerning because the last time we had this election, if I may say, and not get you thrown off YouTube, it was stolen. Okay, it was. And everywhere we go, I talk to the people at the polls, and I listen in the grocery store, I listen at Walmart. I just stand around and listen to people talk, and everybody's upset. They all feel like they've been lied to, and they are all scared.
That was, when you're to vote. See, this is what surprised me today is we are all in line to vote, and the people that were just complaining about the country and how they love it, like you said, how much you love this country, and they hate it. The Democrat Party hates this country. And
that's scary. That's real scary.
Ain't it?
It's like my mom told me, she said, and now that my parents are dead, I say these things, she said, listen, Mary, there are people in this country who are born and bred here for a couple generations that are communists.
Mm-hmm. My mom warned me big time. My mom warned me big time. She, oh man, she was.
Too?
Wow. She was hard on that. Communism was going to take over this country through the Democrats. I mean, and and my mom didn't really watch the news like my dad did. I think it would have been my dad that told me that, not my mom. And my mom was just serious about, but she kept saying Russia. If anybody was from Russia, she didn't trust them. In fact,
my mom said
where's my sister? Where's my sister now for this one? Because I've told you guys this story where we went to a Greek festival. And she's seen some stuff that was there, and she was like, "Oh my God, you got me at a communist party, a big party fair, and I can't be here no more. I have to leave." And she's in a wheelchair, and you know what? That wheelchair would not move an inch. She would not let go of the brakes.
Yeah,
we were going to turn her around, and we were going to get her out of there because we took her to a communist festival. And me and my sisters looking at each other, just going, "Mom, it's Greek." So,
No, she was right.
but
No,
this
she was
is,
right.
if
She
they,
was
you're right, Mary. If they hate this country so much, they're stealing it.
right.
And that's, you
I-
know, they can't hit me up for that because that's a true fact.
it is.
If
And
you
I
if you
may
hate this
say,
country so much, why lead it? Why don't you just leave? Go to Cuba. Go
Yeah.
to China. You know, if you do not like our country, then leave. It's that
well, it's a born-
simple. Why
it's a
want to
born-
rule it and then destroy it?
It's a born and bred thing. And
Mhm.
this is the thing. When I was in Indonesia, can I tell you a little story?
Yeah, sure can.
Okay. My father was the American air attaché in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm a little tired, so I sound a little strange. Really late for me. I hear all this echo going on in the background. Is that your phone or?
It's probably, let me turn this down a little bit more. So, all right, let's see if that helps.
I'm a little distracted, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
But anywho, living in Indonesia, I was 10, and my father was the American air attaché to the American embassy. Okay, and my mother had these big mahjong, which is a game, parties, and she didn't have enough card tables. So her friend was the Russian ambassador's wife.
Oh, wow.
And my mother was the American air attaché's wife. So she ordered all these card tables to be brought to our home. And I remember hearing my dad just carrying on like, what the hell, Aunt Tyndall? You got all these card tables here? Well, the thing was, every card table had a microphone on it, so they were listening, and they were spying on every lady in the mahjong party, which was all these British, British, Australian, German, all these different embassies. They were spying on it. So they came in and pulled all the card tables out. It was a big mess. This is a life I lived, and it's not a lie. It's very true. So I have dealt with all this stuff going on for so many years, and I'm an adult child. I'm away from it now, but it's quite a thing, and I just don't think the regular people understand, not regular, but norm or just regular people don't understand how serious all this is. They really don't understand it. And I don't know if I'm communicating this properly, but it's just such a thing. My dad worked for Nixon. I remember sitting around the breakfast table and my dad pacing around it because he had this big radio and you could turn the dials and it would pick up any country in the world and you could listen to what was going on.
Oh,
and
wow.
It was something else. I mean, I just never knew it was going to happen in our household. And I didn't come back to America till I was 10. But there was a lot going on. Maybe I should hush, but anyhow.
I had in my teenage years, I dated Governor Brown's nephew. And
Wow.
the stuff he told me was just, mind-boggling. And it was like, oh my God, that was back when he was dating Linda Ronstadt. Remember that?
Wow. Oh
I
my
forgot,
goodness.
I forgot all about that. So, but yeah, he was telling me some things about Governor Brown, and he said, you know what? They're setting it up to run out of water because it was big back then about conserving water. And, when you would go to a restaurant, you would have to ask for water. They no longer just gave it to you automatically. And
Wow.
this is what he told me. He said the Democrats have got this pact from the top of the state to the bottom of the state that they're going to take all the water. They're going to dry it all up, and then get this, and then it's going to go ablaze. And here I'm like, I think I was like
Wow.
16 years old back then. And I told my dad, and my dad's like, that's stupid. That's dumb. Why would they do that? I was like, I don't know, Dad,
Okay.
but this is what the nephew told me. And he says, well, I think he's a dingbat. But now look at exactly what happened. And this
Well,
was back in I'm going to say 1976, 77 when I was told this. And now, isn't that odd that, you hear stuff? We run into the oddest people, and meet them and the stuff they say. And the stuff I heard about Janet Reno from my friend that his nephew was David Koresh.
Oh my goodness.
I come to find out she was a lush. And most of the time she was just doing what they told her to do. That they just kept her drunk all the time. So then, and then I hear a story about Dianne Feinstein, and she's ending up of getting lost at the Capitol, end up in closets, and they got to go find her. She's got a handler. Everybody talks about Biden having a handler. Dianne Feinstein does, because she kept disappearing and wandering off.
Well, the thing is, they have to keep an eye on these people because they have an image. And I'm not sure, I have no idea, just my thought is that these people are put in place for a reason. I don't know if it's because who they are the children of or what they've been blackmailed for.
Yeah.
But they have to keep them in line.
What was it? I think it was either 10 or 12. They say people in Congress and Senate that are on cognitive medicines and are in serious conditions.
Well, yeah, there's these certain doctors, and they go to them and bring them their medications and whatnot. I mean, that's serious. I mean, if a lot of us aren't able to sign a contract, if we are out of our mind, whether it be a will or any legal contract, you can't go into a court of law and sign anything if you're out of your mind. You have to have a lawyer do it or whatever, or a family member. None of this is going on with these other people.
Yeah, and the thing is I have called. There used to be you could call the senators and congressmen, and you could either talk to their assistant or you could talk to them. Now.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, like you, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, now they want it's an aide that answers the phone, and they don't know squat.
They have no answers, and that's the one thing. Mike DeWine is really good in Ohio, okay, to a point. But with what I've done working with children and families, I go into a county where I have found a child has been murdered in a foster home or needed help and didn't get it. Something happened, they ran away. Well, our organization calls them and says, hey, I'm going into this county. This is what's happening. Every time I turn around, this guy is, DeWine, he will take credit. It will be like the next day or the day after, it's in the newspaper. Oh, Ohio's overturning a foster care system. But nothing ever really gets done. And it bothers me. And I know he ran, and I'm glad he's going to get in because he is a Republican. But there's a lot more going on here in families. And that's just all I got to say. I'll say all about that. Yeah.
Pretty much, I think it's me and Williams talked about this. Heck, I could have. Too bad I didn't get him on with us too tonight. But there is the World Economic Forum, and I think Obama and Susan Rice and Hillary. Look at the pack that went out to dream up some votes. And I think it's Obama, Susan Rice, Soros, that are this big part of directing Biden what to do.
Well,
because you remember, who was it? I don't know if it was Susan, one of our viewers. Remember when he was in office and they brought him that big old stack of bills that he was just going to go ahead and executive order. I don't know if it was Susan or if it was Linda. One of them told me those pages are blank. And so what it did is, I think he just went through and he put his little John Henry on it. All of it probably went to Obama and Susan Rice, and they wrote in how they were going to destroy this country. I really do think so.
I will tell you this. I know a congressman who told me that Barack Obama has at least 4 different Social Security numbers.
What?
And it doesn't surprise me.
It has what?
CIA. 4 different Social Security numbers.
Yeah. Now you know who exposed that was his brother, and Dinesh D'Souza. Because
I know the congressman.
He wasn't even considered a citizen of this country.
No, and his student loans.
Yeah,
he was a student from another country, Indonesia, and that's where I come in. I've lived in Indonesia, and I know for a fact he went to Chalondok High School, which is a international school. I went to the international school, okay? Mm-hmm. I was a couple years behind him. I think my brother was in the first year he was there. Now, the original school, everything burned down. I don't know what happened. My mom told me it was from the terrorists. I don't know. But the whole
Weather Underground maybe did it.
Well, the thing is, you cannot get into an international school unless it's approved by an ambassador from the country.
He was groomed for the part. I think he was groomed for the part. And I agree. Now, let me run this by you. I think they're grooming Newsom.
Who? What?
I think they are grooming Newsom. Newsom would be Nancy Pelosi's nephew.
Well, I don't know, but he sure acts like it.
I really do think they're grooming him for 2024.
Oh, yeah. Well, sure. Because now she's using the excuse for whatever happened to her husband to get out.
I still want to know how come neither one of them had pants on when the cops got there.
Why were they in their underwear and both holding hammers? I just,
they got a hold of.
I don't think I want to go there.
Well, they got a hold of Bill Clinton's stash. That's what it was.
Oh my goodness.
See, the whole thing with Bill Clinton, and here comes Bill Clinton out, and he was into opioids and drugs hard, and I can't see him being away from it. And when you look at his state of mind, you listen to him talk, I think he's worse than Biden. But I think his what is it? Remember the commercial with "This is your brain on drugs," and he'd crack the egg and it would bubble.
Oh,
that's how I think of Bill and Hillary, because there's so much. He had to have his drugs. what they say, when he was in the White House the first couple weeks. And he had to, there was only one person that could take it, and it wasn't his doctor. I'm thinking, oh yeah, he's having his drug man bring it. I mean, everybody in Arkansas is cracking up, going, do you guys, the news, don't realize what they're doing? He don't want the doctor to bring it. Secret Service can't be part of it. Neither can state police here. He had some different guy, that one of his little cronies, that was able to get in there to the White House and give him the medication he needed, because he was sick.
Crazy.
Now,
that's crazy.
So why couldn't his doctor get it for him, or why couldn't he just go get have a script done and get it? So what was it that he had to get? And get this happened a dozen times. And the thing about it is, his own doctor let the news know, and the media news know, about Bill Clinton overdosed 3 times. He was dead 3 times.
Oh my goodness.
On heroin. So why can't that's pretty bad. And 2 was when they were at the White House. 2 was when they were at the White House, and it's in it. This is part of the Boys on the Track that were doing it, and the Clinton corruption series.
Yeah.
And when I asked Lassiter, now I got this from Lassiter, because Lassiter wrote a book, and Lassiter is the one that was hooked up with Epstein, okay, back in the early 80s and 90s, because Epstein was here. So this guy was hooked up with Epstein, Lassiter was, and they were trafficking 15-year-old girls out of Arkansas. And then Epstein, he's got houses all over the United States. And then these same girls, what really gets me is the first few that left there that went forward were the ones from Arkansas. And then get this, Biden has a hooker from here. How did Biden end up here, and how did his son end up getting a girl pregnant in Arkansas? So what is the connection? Well, we have figured it out, that they are still running the drugs through Arkansas and through kind of like Mena. So it
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It's alarming. Like I said, I work for Vocal, and my trainer, who is a ex-Vietnam vet, told me that he used to fly on what they called Air America, and they were picking up people and moving around, and he taught. It's so weird, because it's like 10, 15 years ago, he tells me, we picked these people up, these kids and everyone, and went to this island. And it was an island where these were prostitutes. They were blonde-haired, blue-eyed women.
Mm-hmm.
And they were having children, and it was just what they did.
Well,
and I'm like, wow. And then when I hear about Epstein Island, and I'm like, what? And I said to him, what is this about? And he said, I can't tell you a lot, Mary, but I'm telling you right now, that's what I told you.
Yeah.
That makes any sense. Like, okay,
So,
wow.
Now we're looking at for the seats for Congress. Democrats are at 113, and the Republicans are 166. And let's see, it says we have 156 House seats left. It's still 45 and 45. It gets me because I'm waiting, pins and needles, and it's like it's staying at 45.
Last time they pulled this thing where it was equal, it dropped at 3 a.m, and it turned out to be the Dems.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm looking at the 11 o'clock hour, because the 11 o'clock hour here is when everything went weird on the election of 2020, and they were like, oh, we're gonna go ahead and shut down. But then when you were looking at some of the live video, And it was like they're not coming out of that building because the people were watching them. The Where they were kicked out of the building, so they were standing on the outside looking in and watching them still counting. They just kicked them all out and told them they weren't allowed to count no more. They were going to close it up for the night. And then look what happened. So the 11 o'clock hour is almost on us. So I'm waiting to see if numbers start flipping really quick. Because I seen that earlier and I was like, whoa, when you have a couple 100,000 all of a sudden added, and this was to a Republican though, and the numbers flipping weirdly, I thought, no, something's wrong. Well, then now it was a little bit later where the Democrat got the same thing. The number started zipping up for her, and then everything kind of evened out. But that was just weird.
I'm just concerned because people are so upset, and I don't want to see a civil war. I don't want to see. I'm so tired. I'm slurring. I'm really tired. I'm just so concerned about what's going on because, like I said, I stand in the grocery store or Walmart or whatever. I listen to people talking. People are pretty damn mad. They're like, "What's going on?"
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm standing in the voting line today. People are like, they're going to sue again. What are we going to do? I'm like, I am not about war, violence, or anything, but people are really mad. And you just have to wonder what they're going to do.
Yeah. Now we have, for California, we have Valadao, which is a Republican that's ahead with 55% of the vote. I think this is this is seats. Then we have a Katie Porter with California number 47 is, I think the district is called. She's leading by a big margin with 40% of the vote in. Then we have Mike Levin and Marriott. Mike Levin is pulled ahead. He's a Democrat. I almost thought it was Mark Levin's son, maybe. And it was like, nope, he's a Democrat. I think Mark Levin would sacrifice his child to the Democrat gods. Have you heard him lately? He's like, roar! He's getting like Alex Jones.
I know. Well, I think everyone's getting really damn mad.
It's hard for me not to get on there and scream and yell. And I know I'll get on some of the shows at the beginning, and I kind of have almost like a little monologue where I'm venting because I don't want to get mad during the show and sound like Alex Jones. My hair would just stand up and so I'm,
hell, you're a human,
I have got one of these days, I'll have to turn my camera around because I've got signs all over my walls like, don't say this, don't say that, don't look like.
That's funny. I want to see the signs. The signs.
Yeah. I was telling everybody, Rendy has been on in a while, but I talked to her a lot. And when I was telling her about that, and I said, because she's very skittish about being on the show. It just scares her.
Well, I enjoyed hearing her.
So it's really hard. And William does really good because William doesn't get all nervous. But that's why I'm thinking about it, like once a week, having a viewer call in and talk to them and get to find out what they think and what they feel. And it's not going to hurt me one bit to be able to have a viewer call in and talk to me. And the other thing is, you're talking about the human trafficking is Lee. And with a lot of people don't remember Lee, and he comes in every once in a while. But
God bless him.
He's the one that exposed the whole town. This is what gets me. The whole town are human trafficked, from the men, the women, the children, and if the men are they're getting the children or getting the people to or suck them into human trafficking. And what gets me is it's generations. So it's like they have grandma with her daughter and their kids, and they're all been trafficked, and that's all they know. They don't know any better.
Yeah, they get pregnant to traffic the children and rape them or sacrifice them.
Or they disappear.
Yeah, they do.
And what he says is the town people, there's like about 20 kids that they, I guess, kind of groom up a little bit. They dress them all nice in really nice clothes, and they send them to DC for the politicians.
Yes, they do go
That
there.
is so,
and that was my one case
wow.
with Monica that I stumbled onto because I had no clue. Being an investigator for the local investigating children being taken from their parents, if we saw something wrong, we gave our evidence to the police, not children's services, because unfortunately, not every one of them, but a lot of them are corrupted and they're involved in the child trafficking. And one thing we found out in Fairfax County, Virginia, is there are so many children missing.
Get this.
Little area, more than the state of Texas. I think there's something wrong.
Yeah, there is something going on really bad, because, and it goes way back, because now when I first got married, and like with my son, and he was like 3-4 months old, I met this couple that was in like an apartment complex. That I don't know how I really met him, got to know him, but she was pregnant, and they were talking about that, the baby wasn't going to be with them long. And I said, you putting it up for adoption? They said, well, kind of. And they just kind of said the whole kind of thing. And then they let it slip. Get this. They were devil worshipers, and they were going to sacrifice their baby.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, who are they sacrificing it to? Well, get this. That baby disappeared in Sacramento with the politicians. They never went through that whole ritual thing like they said. They just gave it to, and get this, it was given to a politician that went to Bohemian Grove, and they sacrificed that baby themselves.
Exactly. The Franklin cover-up has everything to do with that too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much trouble we're going to get into all for this info we're giving tonight.
Well, we'll probably be thrown the hell off the air, but okay. What are you going to do?
And I'm on both platforms. I think one of them, my News Network, I don't think we have any strikes on there, but I might have a strike tonight.
Well, we're probably going to get to 1, 2, 3 strikes out of the old tonight.
Well,
oh my goodness.
Truth hurts. I had one of the college kids say, you know what? She goes, you don't yell, but you know what? The information you give out is almost like Alex Jones. I said, well,
yeah, it is, because you're telling the damn truth.
Well, it's, a lot of this, is from what's things that happened to me, but I was a huge Alex Jones follower, and everybody was like, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist. I was like, no, I found I found documents that backed all of his stuff up. Now, what got me was later on, after he left his wife, the first wife, and then when he got married again, he changed. He started adding facts that weren't right, that were wrong. And Joe Rogan caught him. He was on Joe Rogan quite a few times. And at one point on one of the shows, Joe Rogan looked at me. He says, Alex, you know that's not true. You know that's not true. He says, well, I get excited sometimes. Well, Alex, don't do that. Because now look at where he's at.
Excited and truth are two different
now look
things.
at where he's at. And because he got excited and he said things he never should have.
Right.
And his belief that, I know what he's talking about when he's claiming that they're playing these games and doing things. The government and certain things they do, and he was exposing them. But when it got to Sandy Hook, And he said, one of the things he said that I'll never forget, because I was watching the Colorado movie theater guy. He said that that his lawyer was actually a actress, and she was a actress and pretended to be the mom of one of the kids that got shot in Sandy Hook. And I thought, no, 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 no. And I looked, and it was two different people, but he swore to it. And it was like, that's kind of when I lost a little bit of respect for him, because he wouldn't leave Sandy Hook alone. He could have said enough's enough. And then he had those two kids, that teenagers, that went and made up a whole bunch of stories about it and then said he said it. And so that was took as actual evidence. So it was something they were doing and they did. And then they blamed Alex Jones for Sandy Hook. And then, of course, it went from there, and they just never believed him. So.
And, you know, it's such a strange thing. And I think what bothered me the most is when Alex Jones interviewed, I don't know his first name, but his last name is Wolfgang. And what this man does is that he works out the program to help with active shooters in the schools, how to make it better, how to avoid it, all that, you know. And this man came on the show and said, there's something wrong there. Mm-hmm. Because, first of all, the school was shut down. Nobody was in it. It was full of mold, falling apart. And all of a sudden, they moved all these people in there and did this. And that's what bothered me. And they showed pictures, and it was dilapidated. There was something wrong with the place. It wasn't an active school at the time. And all of a sudden, we have all this going on there. And that's what bothered me.
You know what bothers me? You know, you talk about them doing that. What gets me is, you know, growing up, I didn't have very many African Americans around me, but there was a kid that lived up the street and a family across the street that were Black, and you know, it was like people kind of shunned them a little bit, and they were all in my class, and I was one that sat next to them. I didn't mind sitting next to them; they didn't bug me. But then they did square dancing, and you know, it was, I don't know why I didn't get picked. I mean, I wasn't like the kid that never gets picked. I just don't know what happened. But I ended up standing with them. And it's like, so they hooked me up with this kid and had the same last name as me, my maiden name. And so me and him shared the last name, and I didn't mind square dancing with them. And then they had the other two they put together, a boy and a girl, and the brother and sister. And so they were square dancing, and then they would have us switch off. And the teacher said, you know, if you're uncomfortable, we can move you to someone else. I was like, why? They live in my neighborhood, and you know, we're together all the time, so it doesn't make a difference. And then when I got into high school, I was just tend to be more, had more Black friends, about equal. And I even went to my prom with a gentleman, Edgar Smith. And I was proud. I mean, and you get this. My mom said, "You're going with a Black man?" And I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "No, you're not. You're not." And she said, she sent me. Oh boy, they're making noises. Oh boy.
You there?
Yeah. Okay. So get this. What got me out of doing that, and as I got older, I started realizing the segregation. And this is how I kind of got to know Biden, over the segregation, him and Senator Byrd. And I found out that they were KKK. And I thought, how horrible for us to have two men that's part of the KKK that have power over what goes on in this country. Now one of them's president. The thing that got me though, Mary, is all of the money that is sent to, let's say, Chicago, for them to fix that city up. And, they put the projects in. Well, the projects are okay. Now the projects are falling apart and moldy and nasty and, need to be condemned. But they're letting people live in there. And the thing is they get millions of dollars every year to help these people. And then they say there's like I think it's 13 or 16,000 per homeless person that they get money for. And so where's the money go? And they go, you know what I find out? It just goes in the pocket of the mayor of the city. So who's the mayor of Chicago? And look at what she's done. She's got the police, and she is getting richer and richer and richer. And that's what I think right now is going on. The Democrats, when they found out that their socialist program, their Marxist or fascism wasn't going to work, they started writing in bills that started making them and their friends a lot of money. And they're going to walk away with a lot of money. All these deals aren't going to go through, and they'll be like, oh, we didn't do nothing wrong. And they're going to walk away with millions of dollars.
That's what I see too. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's scary because these people are in charge of our lives. What's going to happen in our economy, our home, just everything. And it's like, they're out of their mind. It's so scary.
And more and more, we're seeing all these homeless people come in. And it is so unfair that the illegals are going to go set them up in a hotel. And here is a mother with like 2 or 3 kids, and these kids are starving. And they're going to hook up two men in their 20s in a hotel and feed them and give them a phone and give them everything. And they're not going to feed these little kids that's fixing to starve to death. See, that's I have a soft spot for little kids, and that's why I was a big part of Share Our Strength, No Kid Hungry, because it used to be called Share Our Strength. It was called Frontline Foundation to start. Then it was Share Our Strength, and then it was No Kid Hungry when the Cooking Channel got a hold of it. And I had been with them for a very long time, and the stuff I seen. And then, this is what kind of pisses me off. All of I had bake sales, I had the haunted house, and I did other things for this foundation, No Kid Hungry. And Obama got in office, and he cut their federal funding almost to nothing. But this feeds kids. It feeds family and kids. And get this. And then Michelle Obama steps in and said, well, the schools need to quit giving away free food. If the kids don't have the money to pay for it, they don't get a meal. And she tried to cut it out. And what happened was the cafeteria workers started buying the meals for the kids that didn't have no money.
Yep, that is so crazy.
Yeah. So we are sitting with where Senate seats is at, it gained a point. It's at 46. There are 8 seats left. We are now sitting, the Democrats are catching up with the Congress. We have 121.
Let it happen. And what scares me is I think personally they're going to start a big damn war, pardon me, to stop it so they can keep them in session.
Yeah, we have got, there's 141 seats left now. We have 121 Democrats and 173 Republicans. The Republicans are really close. They are so close to taking it.
Everything was close last time, wasn't it?
Well, now I have to look at when they had the seats. Remember when it was Obama and they had, I believe, both houses. And as they were getting closer and closer, it was like the Democrats, it was like what it is now. Everything was sneaking up and everything kind of was moving closer and closer together.
Was a tie.
And well, not really. There was
or close to being a tie.
but in the end, the Republicans got the House and they got Senate, and the Democrats vowed it would never happen again. So, I'm kind of watching this. I'm like, maybe they will let it happen so they can just, and I've said this on the show. There is dozens of people that are politics and in politics, and both parties is what's weird, that are seeking asylum in not only Italy, but Cyprus and New Zealand.
Well,
after this election, they're running.
Yep. Well, that tells you something, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. We might, it might be really close, but I believe that they're going to let it happen, because I think the GOP has had enough, and they might be the ones to start something. But I would like them to stand up to all of them in the House and during these hearings and say, "You're not going to do that. You're just not going to do that."
Personally don't trust any of them because they're playing games. It's politics. It's really scary. People like, is it her name's Carrie Lake in Arizona? Is that her name?
Yeah, I'm gonna go see how they were all doing.
She impresses the heck out of me because she.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, okay, well, I'll be your worst nightmare. Here I am. I love it.
I thought about running, but see, I would be their worst nightmare, and I'm afraid.
Do it.
I would be afraid I'm gonna punch somebody in the nose. I'm just. I'm not one that. I'm not one that would sit there and then have Schumer over there saying all this crap, and it's BS. I would go over there and I would tear up his paperwork and make him eat it. They would kick me. I would be kicked out.
You have to wonder if they're not possessed. It's like, are you for real? Do you really believe what you're saying? Is someone paying you to say this?
Well,
where are you coming from?
I called and I finally realized, because I didn't remember if it was Schiff or it was Schumer, but I remember it being on the East Coast, so it had to have been Schumer, because Schiff is over there in California. But the guy I talked to was so pissed off at how Schumer was acting. He worked at his office, and he was one of the higher ups, I believe. And he said that he was just tired of him, that he berates his workers. He yells and screams and gets in their face. And he said he'd done it to him that morning. And he said, "You're my last phone call, and then I'm walking out this door." And then I heard that Chuck Schumer got hit on the street outside his office. And I was like, yeah, I know what that guy did. He was pissed. But I got to hear him saying he was quitting because he was so fed up with the actions and the lies and the BS that Schumer was putting towards the United States.
Yeah, and I hear you. And that one thing Monica told me, she's Polish, by the way, and she's one of the real immigrants. Her family came from Poland, and they went through the Russian, the whole communist BS over there. And her grandfather was a Polish colonel. We joke because my dad was an American colonel. And what we joked about was, he was like, you have to know what's right and you have to do what's right. Right?
Yeah. Now, Katie Hobbs is winning with 56% of the vote, but it's only 47% reported. Now Carrie Lake is at 43. So she is, oh my goodness, she's about 250,000 behind.
If I may interrupt here.
Yeah.
If I'm right, because I was doing other things earlier, is it right that the person who's running was doing where everything got cut off or something, and then she came in and said, "I know what you're doing," and they were saying something. Oh my gosh, I can't remember what it was. I'm getting so tired. It's 12 at night.
Yeah, we're going to be ending here real
where,
soon.
So. I can't think anymore. But she's like, no, that's not right. Here's I love her tone, and I love her tenacity.
I do too. But you know what? I had to look into her history because what's really weird is she looked just like one of the reporters that was here in Arkansas that worked for Channel 4, I believe, here, Kate. I'm like you. I'm getting brain dead.
Even better, now, then she's really informed.
Yeah, but it ended up not being her, and so I went and I kind of looked up. I had to talk to not Juanita Broaddrick. I'm brain dead. The lady that was dating Bill Clinton for a while, and
which one? Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's the one that. Oh my goodness.
Not.
I'll as soon as I'm done with the show, I'm like, well, there it is. I got it.
I understand.
She is a singer and performer, and she dated Bill Clinton for a very long time, and so she was the one that had a lot of info. I talked to her messaging and Juanita Broaddrick, and most of the time they don't answer, or it's kind of like the whole money thing, or they just don't want to tell me nothing. But she basically said
Pillow Talk is the best information.
Oh yeah, and there's Paula Jones and stuff. I've been trying to locate Paula Jones. I'd like to talk to her. And this reporter, because he was raping this reporter at this at Channel 4, and
no.
And the other one I'd like to talk to, and I believe, oh my goodness, who was it? There was all of the people that Trump had at his debate with Hillary. There was a whole bunch of women that were kind of there, and then there was the one girl that had been brutally raped. I mean, she can't even have kids, that Hillary was the lawyer for. But the thing is there was a woman that came forward right after them, that it was the one where he bit a chunk out of her face.
I heard something about
he's a
woman like that. That's terrible.
We have he is listed, I believe, in Arkansas. That's what I heard, as a serial rapist.
I heard something about that somewhere along the line. So that was
he took a chunk out of Juanita Broaddrick. He took
he
bit her.
See, I had heard that before, but I know it's her. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness.
Boy, people are getting an earful of.
Aren't they ever? Didn't we go off the track? But oh goodness.
But people need to know this, and this is one of the biggest reasons why I do the show, is because I know this, and I know the facts, I know the truth. And, with William's help, I'm learning the military really, really well. And I really thank and appreciate him for it, and my brother. And, and then I ran into Eva, and, getting the stuff from
Eve. What's she doing? Is she okay? Have you heard from her?
She's at home right now. The ones I'm kind of worried about are the ones over in Taiwan. They're getting.
Have you heard from them?
Yeah, and there's one gentleman, and I can't really use their names because they're really it's scary over there with China.
Okay,
and they are knee deep, and they've been able to get into Hong Kong and Beijing, and then what was going on around them scared them so bad that they're pretty much hiding over in Taiwan for a while. They said, when you're the outsider and they watch you, and the second you whisper to somebody, everything changes.
Yes.
And so they're very, I want to say the police are very paranoid of anybody whispering and talking to one another. They don't want you doing that. They don't want you talking on the internet to people. Especially over here. Like, so what I do, the shows I do, oh no, they can't do that. But they're saying it's getting very close. They say, he said it's a whisper away from war. And he said, not just over Taiwan. And he said that was all he could say for now. And he's going to try to get an email to me this week. But they're being watched. It's a husband-wife team. I have a brother-sister team in Israel, and they're saying that they needed Netanyahu back in because they don't know if Iran's going to do the bomb in Israel first or the United States. And they're going to send bunches. That's I was telling William, we did the show, I think it's not going to be really the three superpowers. I think it's going to be Korea or Iran that pushes the button first.
What's going on there at the Temple Mount? I guess there's big riots and stuff going on because of who's praying there. I saw something today about that.
Man, it is so crazy in Israel because they're waiting on the Messiah. And
they're talking. This one guy is already saying he's the Messiah.
Yeah,
have you seen that yet?
And they've got the whole temple thing going on, and then there is the Valley of the Bones that's mentioned in Ezekiel, where the last battle would be, and they said the blood would flow. That is one of the biggest war zones right there. And
now, wait a minute, may I interrupt? So, where is that exactly? The Valley of the Bones.
Mount Argaman, I believe. Somebody help me.
The area, I didn't know. Okay.
And that's where they said the final battle would be. Mount Herman. Herman or Harmon.
Somebody. Okay, that's all together. Yeah.
And see, the thing about it is, Iran and the Palestinian want to force the second coming. They think if they do everything that the Bible says is going to happen, they force it to happen, that it will come. Because they think their God, when Christ comes down, their God is going to slew Jesus Christ. I was like, where do you guys? Where do you guys get that crap? And they say from the Quran. I was like, no, you guys are just like going. You guys are way off of the Quran. This isn't right. But so what's really going on over there is they want this. It's a holy war, and they want this holy war, and they have to keep the chaos. They got to keep the friction. But I also think they're doing it for Iran, because the fight's more with Palestinian Hamas and Hezbollah leaders than it is anything else than Iran. But see, then Iran is kind of like what we're doing for Ukraine, where we're just giving them all the money and all the equipment and saying, blow them up. Go get them. I'll give you all the stuff you need. You just need to go get them.
Go do it. Yeah.
And so it's just it's a headache more or less for Israel. But see, now when Netanyahu was in power, they backed off. They were like, oh, it's all cool. We're only going to send over a few bombs to get you, or a few missiles. And that's kind of like with Trump a little bit. It was like, oh, we're going to work with you and we're going to be nice. These world leaders, they all like Trump. Is like, oh, you're okay, dude. We're not going to blow nothing up. We're going to do what you say. And the second Trump's out of office, like wham, they just ride in. They just ride in.
Yeah. If I may, what I see is Trump. I didn't follow Netanyahu a lot, but he seems like the same type character, whatever. People are different, but it's like, I'll work with you, but I'll tell you what, when I'm done, I'm going to annihilate you, period.
Mm-hmm.
And, that sounds like my dad. He'd be like, well, and we'll just carpet bomb them. He told my mom, I'm like, that's a horrible thing because, well, it solves the problem.
Yeah. We've got
it's not nice, but it works,
Mm-hmm. We have got the Senate seats at 6 left. It's 47-47. We have got the House. It seems like the Democrats are going up slowly. They have 136 seats.
Nobody's gonna believe it. So what will happen tomorrow? You know what I
And
mean?
the Republicans
People are gonna lose it.
Yeah.
From what I'm hearing, people are like, it's a lie. We're not putting up with it. Everyone's mad. They want to pull their money out of the bank.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It makes me want to get my money out of the bank.
So we have the Republicans with 175 seats. So there's 124 left. And, you know, I get a feeling that I'm going to get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to go, okay, I got to do a show with my jammies on. I don't care. I'm going to tell everybody what's going on.
Well,
You believe it is hard.
I'll put my robe on that has polar bears on it, and I'll get up with a cup of coffee, and we'll do it.
So you don't know, you know, since I changed the show into the evening, I love it. But at the same time, there's stuff, you know, I'll be looking at stuff, gathering stuff for the show for that, for the next, you know, for that day. And I'll see something. I'm like, oh, I got to go live. I got to go on this morning. I'm like, no, hang in there.
My time is on your show is daytime early.
Yeah.
And then it's on later now, and I'm lucky to get in. I feel so bad, but I got used to working you in the morning.
Yeah, it's just the morning. Well, I was stunted, and I was getting more when I would look at the algorithms, because when you do these kind of shows, you really got to keep an eye on your algorithms. And the algorithms was 90% of my viewer base was in between 3 and 5 o'clock, weirdly. And so now everybody's so used to being in the morning, they're losing me. So I'm losing track.
You never know where you went.
Yeah. So now, everybody's kind of catching up, and I think they like it. Iran's first targets are Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States. So, and boy, I tell you what, the doctor put me on a new allergy pill, and it's working really well. But when it wears off, it wears off.
Well, then we know it works.
They're gonna, I might have problems with my throat, you know, because I was saying early on, and then I've always been a yacker and a talker, but I have got a problem with my throat where it itches, and they can't figure it out. So they're thinking maybe to go ahead and stick another scope down my throat and take a look at where it itches, because I can point it out. I mean, it's right there. And the other one is right here. And
yeah, they can cauterize that area.
That's what he was talking about. So, and I don't like talking about my medical issues. So, but we are sitting at 47.47 and 137 and 175. Now I'm going to call the show, but if in the morning, there is a good possibility, folks, that I will be on right about the time we were before, about 10 in the morning, to finish up the election and give people a chance to say what they think, and then discuss what's happening and what happened with the election. I've been on for almost 4.5 hours straight tonight, and then I did 2 hours earlier. So So William says, watch the House Republican seats stall. They have been stalled. And it's like it's creeping with the Senate with when the Republicans get a seat, then the Democrats get a seat. When the Democrats get a seat, it's been even since right at 42.
This tie crap.
Yeah,
time.
It was at 42, and they both had 42. Then they both had 43. Then they both had 44. Now it's at 47. Now the Republicans installed at 175, but it's kind of they gain a few points, but the Democrats are slowly creeping up. So it's going to be interesting, and I'm probably going to be up most of the night. I'll watch this until I see the seats and what happens, so that first thing in the morning I could be ready. I got my info, and I'm going to go ahead and maybe I'll pull either Karen or Susan. Maybe even Linda G. one of them onto the show with me for what they think.
Yay! I want to hear their voice.
Yeah, so this is something new I'm going to start doing, where I want to call and call viewers or have them call into the show and have them express what they feel. I think this is going to help. And then I'm making a lot of really new changes because I'm in my final year of journalism class. And this is ideas for like, and my editor, to be able to run a network. And they're saying that they're giving me ideas. And they say that a lot of people like to hear a human voice and what the viewers feel. It's kind of like, I guess, Levin does it. Oh boy. A lot of them have done it. I know Alex Jones didn't do it much. Alex Jones didn't give me the time of day. But a lot of people do like this. So this is something I'm going to start doing. And I'm going to start putting myself out there. I got to make some changes. And I can't be afraid to show my disability when I go out places. Like today, I had to go out and talk to some of the candidates. And I don't get around well. And so, but I have to put up with, a disability. And I think that's what they look at first, because they look at what my crutch and either my walker or my wheelchair. And then they look at me, and it's almost like well, maybe you're not so good, but nobody would know I have problems walking on the show. Nobody would have a clue, because you guys don't see me from the waist down. So a lot of people don't realize I have really a lot of issues, but it's going to change. Yeah, I think you guys are going to start seeing me a lot more, and I'm going to get out there and I'm going to get some things done, get myself known, and it's getting there slowly. So, Mary, I'm glad you called. Let's see, we're at 176. They just went up. The same with the seats. So look forward, everyone, for me to do probably a very small 10 o'clock show. I'll see if Linda or Susan, one of the two, would like to call in for the show, or maybe I have them take turns. Have one come on, then another one come on. I'll charge up my phone and get their opinion of how the selection went. And then we'll get Karen on a few times, with her being a moderator. We'll even get Karen in here, and, start letting people hear the voices that are in our chat room that are very knowledgeable. You would not believe the knowledge in our chat room, folks, and the things they say. So we're going to start doing it. And you know what? Anyone over in Facebook, I know you guys are really quiet, but if you would like to call, let me know. Email me and let me know that you're interested in coming on the show or having a call. A lot of people are like camera Larry, so you can call in and you can talk to us. And this is going to be something new I'm going to do. I haven't figured out what day. Because I've only got the 5 days now, and I'm filling them up. So it's probably a Tuesday or Thursday. But we're gonna start getting our viewers, to call in. So if you're over on Facebook and you're a silent type, and we got a few that they'll jump in our chat room and say something, let me know and let us hear your voice. So, Mary, thanks for being here tonight with me. I enjoyed it, and we have done 4.5 hours straight. I'd go longer until this ended, but I'm probably going to lose my time on Ducky Stream is what I call it. And I need to shift things around so I've got more time again, and charge my phone up because my phone's almost dead. So we will see everyone tomorrow. And, if you didn't get to see the show, back it up. We had so much info in the last hour with me and Mary, you would not believe. And I hope I don't get stuck with a strike. But I think it's going to be okay. It's stuff I've said before. So yeah, good night and God bless. And they see a service dog, then they disappear. That's right. Even service dogs. People are afraid of handicaps. So, but anyway, so the last hour, folks, if you're just now joining us, because I see my numbers going up a lot, go back for the last hour and listen to me and Mary, and you will learn details about our government that you've probably never heard. I'm going to be straight up. I'm going to be straightforward. Ellie is going to tell you the truth. It's like I say, the truth in news. And, we look, we investigate, and we bring you the truth. And so what if we get in trouble? We'll just start another channel. So with that, folks, let me bring myself. All right, there we go. You guys get to see me big. I've been little all night. We're going to go ahead and drop all my stuff on the other side. I got 2 screens going at the same time. And so with that, folks, we will see you tomorrow. And I'm going to get up, no matter how tired I am, I'm going to get up bright and early, and I'm going to bring you guys the truth and what I see, for the next couple hours. So Ellie's going to be like, come on, eyeball, open up. Because I'm still getting used to the hour change. I'm still waking up at 3. So, all right, you guys, you have a wonderful night. And you know what? Say a prayer, because we need these seats. We need Congress. We need Senate. The governors isn't so important, but we want our United States of America. We want it back. And if it doesn't turn out in your own district, folks, don't go out and don't riot and don't protest. There's a way to go about this, and because they're just looking at a way to bring in, I say, the Soylent Green trucks and take our guns. Don't do it. Let's find another way to get these guys. And you know what? They're fools. Just like, they say at Bohemian Grove, they call us fools when they do the cremation of care, because they say we're fools. But you know what? They are. And we're going to get them. We're going to get them one way or the other. We're going to get these guys, and we're going to take our country back. And if it takes getting stern and getting rough, a little rough, then we might have to. So, all right. So we had, let's see, Linda G. I mentioned you. It's probably going to be you and Linda tomorrow if you guys want to be on the show. It's going to be mid-morning or maybe even close to noon. We'll get you guys on, and it's not going to be a long show. Because I have still 2 hours of the shows later to do. So this is just going to be on election and how you feel. So, we will, we'll get in touch with you guys tomorrow. If not, keep an eye out, and then we'll get you on as soon as we can. So I don't know if Susan's still awake for it, or anybody else right now that's watching out there that's silent. If you guys want to be on the show, let me know on my email, or if on Facebook at the Messenger. So, all right, folks, let's see, what kind of happy music do we want? It's, I just have to go, I guess, with it's Tuesday, so I'll have to go with the Tuesday ending. And I don't know, I like these ending, and they're all set for certain days. So, all right, Mary, take care, and we will see you in the morning. And so long, a farewell, and you guys have a nice night, and pray, and God bless. So bye-bye, folks. Okay, Mary, we'll talk to you later.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.